safe house for the apocalypse? My interest peaked instantly. Do you know the location of this safe house? Suhao made a follow me gesture, implying it wasn't safe to talk openly. I then followed him to his residence. Once there, Suhao rubbed his hands together and said, "The refuge of the richest son, Wang Siming, is located in Yunk Villa. Rumor has it he's hoarded enough supplies to last several lifetimes." I looked at him, puzzled. "So what? What's your motive for telling me this?" Suhao patted his chest confidently. "Big brother Zhang, I'm doing this to show my loyalty. I wish to be your subordinate and follow you. With your strength, I'm sure you can take over that safe house." Laughing at his statement, I retorted, "Do you think I'm a fool? A safe house worth billions, and you believe I can just walk in and take it?" At that moment, Suhao continued, "In fact, Wang Siming is already aware of you, Big brother Zhang. He asked me to lure you over, intending to ambush you and seize your snowmobile and supplies." Furious, I snapped, "I knew something was off with you. Now that you've confessed, how do you wish to die?" Suhao quickly waved his hands. "Big brother Zhang, I wouldn't dare." I refused him then. "Now, I genuinely want to join you and find a way to capture that safe house." Without hesitation, I pulled out a gun and aimed it at his forehead. How do I know this isn't a trap? Seeing my intent, Suhao was paralyzed with fear. "Wait."
We guys walk up to the give and take trade outpost.
Do you have any magic items?
Oh, yeah. Misplaced your favorite belt? Meet Go4. This metal beaver will get you anything you just can't seem to find. You just wind him up, tell him what you want, and watch him go.
I need the gopher.
Oh, you can have it for the low price of 30 gold pieces.
Oh my god.
Can we look at the combat case?
Oh, yeah, of course. We got a jumpin' jav and a brubo.
Well, none of those things sound like real things, so you're going to have to tell me what they do.
A jumpin' jav. You want to get hot?
Yeah! Tell me more!
Please!
Want to get high above your allies and nemesis? Hop aboard the Jumpin' Jab. It's a spring-loaded spear that'll really take you places. Just step into the Jumpin' Jab foot joist and launch yourself into a whole new world.
That's so cool. And I'm guessing it's probably, I would say that that's about 2 gold pieces. Am I right?
Is that how much money you have?
What? No.
How poor are you guys?
Very.
Very poor.
We guys walk up to the give and take trade outpost.
Do you have any magic items?
Oh, yeah. Misplaced your favorite belt? Meet Go4. This metal...
Let's make a fresh jar of smoke. The problem with old jars is their safety buttons are popped up every... Everyone can tell they've been opened, but you can reverse this by sparking up some combustion. Dump the flame in the jar and the flame will turn oxygen into other gases, but the total number of molecules in the jar will drop because when air molecules warm up and speed up, fewer fit in the same space. But they'll lose that fast bumper car energy when the flame goes out after we put the lid back on. Now as they slow down, their smaller numbers will mean less pressure pushing the lid up and more pressure from the outside pushing down. The safety button is back down, crushed by the superior pressure outside. Also, the jar is just as hard to open now as when it was brand new. Of course, I'm pretending to struggle here. I wanted to show you guys what it would look like if a normal person tried to open this jar. Like, my actual strength would just rip the metal lid, so I'm gonna use a towel to protect the lid from myself. There you go, just like a brand new jar. Let's make a
Hey, what are you thinking?
If you're flying through the desert and your boat gets a flat tire, what should you have in your pockets?
Blue, because ice cream doesn't have bones.
Yes.
Every Marvel film ranked in 6 seconds.
Dans mon esprit tout divers.
Hello, what do you say? Jiminy candy. Oh. Ain't nobody got time to play these games with your granny.
Wakey, wakey, birthday boy. It's time for a special surprise.
Today I went to Void 32 and brought back 3 strange plants for you. The climbing ivy is a sort of parasite. It grows right before it strikes, climbing into the body of its prey to take control. I wouldn't care so much if the ivy wasn't insanely boring. How do humans get into the void? Do you know? What's the point of possessing a body if you just let it go to waste? When I need to communicate with Mr. Plant, I use a tattle flower. Tell Mr. Plant I'm going to be late. I can't smell this flower. If you tell something to a tattle flower, eventually every flower will know.
Argus's flower is late and he's going to smell a Mr. Plant.
Unfortunately, it almost never gets it right. The Venenum tractiflower emits a sweet scent. It attracts creatures by appearing to be edible, but when consumed it causes the body to quickly decompose. This way its seeds quickly spread. If you come across a group of these flowers, you know what happened. These 3 plants are actually... This is why you need to remember to prune. See you next time. Today I went to Void
Here we go, go.
Gonna love your Oreo, mate. Oh, that's too easy. Hey man, Oreo.
Thanks, man.
Man, I hope he lets me on his team this year. I haven't been part of a team since I was with the Four Peters.
I'm at the door. It was nice to meet you, mister. Hopefully we'll meet again someday. We could have a picnic. Just you and me, okay, mister?
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
Guys, I can't wait to drink this chocolate milk. That's weird. It tastes kind of dark and twisted.
Here we go, go. Monkey.
Your path comes to an abrupt stop at a large gorge.
Gum Gum tries to jump the distance. Bye-bye. Here, Gum Gum.
Oh, you're able to jump easily across. You land safely on the other side.
Can I look for a tree to tie the rope to?
Make a perception check.
1.
Gum Gum, it's pitch black on this side of the gorge.
Like magically pitch black?
You think so. Then you realize when you jumped, your hat fell.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a tree you can tie the rope to.
I'll try skittering across.
Yeah, you get like halfway through and make the mistake of looking down and you freeze in place.
Bart, don't be scared.
Gum Gum, make me feel better.
I'll try. Bart is my best friend, and we're together till the end. I won't let you down, so you don't go down.
The song calms your heart, and you're able to quickly scamper across the rope.
And then I run and give him a hug.
You saved me, Gum Gum.
No, you saved me.
Who saved who? Your path comes to an abrupt stop at a...
The worst alphabet book ever. That's what P is for pterodactyl calls itself. For each letter, the example word is terrible, usually because it begins with the right letter, but the letter is silent. For example, A is for aisle, K is for night, D is for Djibouti, E is for you. In English, every letter is silent, sometimes, except for one. V. Bread, climb, indict, handkerchief, imagine, fifth, gnaw, rhyme, business, marijuana, knife, talk, mnemonic, autumn, jeopardy, pneumonia, lacquer, forecastle, island, listen, build, wrist, faux pas, prayer, rendezvous. The closest V ever got to being silent is in 2017 when the President of the United States tweeted this word, Kofefi? This is what the book does for V. The worst alphabet book ever.
Hey, Snake! Are you okay? See the line where the sky meets the sea. It calls me, and no one knows how far it goes.
Dad. Oh, you're over here.
Really? internet. What would you prefer? Would you like?
Bro, check out this Chinese finger trap I found! Whoa, where'd you find that? It was just sitting over. Whoops! Ugh, what the fuck, bro?
911.
Go round up any skilled genin you feel are up to the job. You have 30 minutes to leave this village.
Mr. Plant sees the stars. Mr. Plant and Argos were hiking in Void 12, the darkest void where the stars shone.
I think it's right up there. Stay close.
Mr. Plant looked away, and suddenly Argos was gone. He tried to stay calm, but no other hikers knew where Argos was. As the hours crept on, Mr. Plant's heart sank. What if he never found Argos again?
Are you lost? Did you come alone? I saw a figure covered in eyes right over that cliff.
Mr. Plant's heart leapt, and there he was.
Mr. Plant, where were you? Were you worried about me?
Mr. Plant had been terrified.
You can see all the stars tonight?
It was true. There were hundreds. And they were beautiful. Mr. Plant sees.
John Hanks was a dude born in the 1690s. We have no idea what he looked like, but his...
Hey guys, so I got the new Grimace shade.
And every time it rains, and it's from heaven. Shooby-dooby. Don't you know each cloud contains banners from heaven? Shooby-dooby. You'll find your fortune falling all over town. Be sure that your umbrella is up, upside down, and trailing for.
Yo, this is Yertle the Turtle, written by Dr. Seuss, and I'm gonna rap this bug. On the faraway island of Salamasan, Yertle the Turtle was king of the pond. A nice little pond, it was clean, it was neat. The water was warm, there was plenty to eat. The turtles had everything turtles might need, and they were all happy, quite happy indeed. They were until Yertle, the king of them all, decided the kingdom he ruled was too small. I'm ruler, said Yertle, of all that I see, but I don't see enough, that's the problem with me. With the stone for a throne, I look down on my pond, but I can't look down on the places beyond. This throne that I sit on is too low down. It ought to be higher, he said with a frown. If I could sit high, how much greater I'd be. With a king, I'd be ruler of all I could see. So Yertle the Turtle King lifted his hand, and Yertle the Turtle King gave a command. He ordered 9 turtles to swim to his stone, and using these turtles, he built a new throne. He made each turtle stand on another one's back, and he piled them up in a 9 turtle stack, and then Yertle climbed up. He sat down on the pile with a wonderful view. He could see most a mile. All mine, Yertle cried, oh, the things that now rule. I'm king of a cow, and I'm king of a mule, and I'm king of a house, and what's more beyond that, I'm king of a blueberry bush and a cat. I'm Yertle the Turtle, oh marvelous me, for I am the ruler of all that I see. And all through that morning, he sat there up high, saying over and over, a great king am I. Yo, this is Yertle the Turtle.
stone monoliths stand in circle. In the center of the circle is an ivory altar and a box labeled Alm.
Gum Gum wants to try to connect with his dad.
You close your eyes, but you can't quite seem to tune anything in, Gum Gum.
Behind Gum Gum, Mud casts Earth Tremor.
As that happens, Bart comes over and goes,
Gum Gum, it's me, your dad. I love you.
Dad?
I miss you.
Why did you leave me?
Bart was not prepared to answer this.
I had to go to that farm I also took your dog at.
Oh, I had a dog?
Yes, Gum Gum. His name was Rum Rum.
Oh, I miss Rum Rum. And you, Dad. I wish I had met you.
Right, we never met, yes. Totally knew that.
You feel good about this?
All right, see you later.
Wow. Whoa, what a magical experience.
wow, that was weird.
8.
So I've really been working on... So anyways, I've been working on toe side.
It's all she ever wants to do. Begging on her knees to be popular. That's a dream to be popular. Kill anyone to be popular.
Oh, cholera! Czy to Freddy Fazbear? Oh.
This photo of Mr. Plant has been doing so well online, which is super duper cool, but also makes me realize that I don't really have an Argos photo that's doing as well. So today, I'm gonna do an Argos photo shoot so I can get one. I'd love to do a brand new, like, photo shooty version of this birthday scene. Maybe some photos with his plants, and maybe one other concept, I'll figure it out. I think the birthday's gonna be the hardest one to do, so I'm gonna start by setting up for that. It took me way longer than it should have to set this up. All right, my Argos makeup is on, so now I'm gonna try to do this. This shot was like exactly what I wanted, but I can't figure out how I got the lighting like that, so like, the camera died, and I have no more candles and the cake looks like this, so hopefully I got the shot. Background for shoot 2. For context, I'm basically shooting with this little Mr. Plant doll. I don't know how these pictures are gonna come out, and I definitely don't know how the ones after this are gonna come out, so I'm just praying and we'll see what happens. All right, the last shots I'm gonna do are gonna be by this door, holding my favorite flower. All right, I am finally done. Now it's time to edit. Edited the photos and I think they're really cute, and here they are.
This is my impression of a guy who thinks that numbers should be arranged alphabetically. 8, 5, 4, 9, 1, 7, 6, 10, 3, 2, 0. Thank you. And now this is my impression of a guy who is counting, but the only numbers he knows are numbers whose names in English are spelled with all of their letters in alphabetical order. How many do I have? Let me find out. 40. Thank you. And now this is my impression of a guy who is counting, but the only numbers he knows are numbers whose names in English are spelled with their letters in reverse alphabetical order. 1. Thank you. In the English language, if you look at all the number names that we have that are found in dictionaries, the very first alphabetically would be billion. The first Roman numeral alphabetically is 100 and the last is 38, unless you write 9 like this, in which case it's 39. This is my impression of a guy who thinks that numbers should be...
Here we go, 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 go.
Baby friend, when you're here with me, I just wanna get high on my...
Me. I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you.
Where are you going?
To my room. I don't want to celebrate my birthday more.
Yeah.
I want to be an actor, I want to be a singer, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be a scientist, I want to be a fighter.
I want to have enough money to eat.
I'm greeted by the teacher, doesn't seem like a bad dude. Answer correctly every question I ask you. Fantastic, you're doing incredible. I already passed math, but that's all on my schedule. I never solved this impossible problem, I can't even read it. Now Baldy's got a frown and I'm prepared for repeating. He's the teacher, I cannot outsmart him. You're gonna see my picture on milk cartons. About to meet the business end of both these yardsticks. Welcome to the schoolhouse of hard knocks, kids.
Baldy's got a pop quiz. I hope you started hard all night. You know you gotta solve each problem right. You know your 1, 2, 3s. It'll be as easy as pie. Pay attention when I teach you how to die.
Yo, can we change? I'm greeted by the teacher, doesn't seem like.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. What? There is just one thing I need. I don't care about them presents underneath the Christmas tree. What else? I just want you for my own. More than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas. You. I don't want a lot for Christmas. What? There is just one thing I need. I don't care about them presents under the tree. What else? I just want you for my own. More than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas. You.
I was looking through inversions by Scott Kim yesterday and I found this. It's a doodle made out of letters, but not all the letters, just half the English alphabet. But here's the thing. Which half? Both.
Yo, this is The Sneetches, written by Dr. Seuss, and I'm gonna rap this book. Now the star-belly Sneetches had bellies with stars. The plain-belly Sneetches had none upon theirs. Those stars weren't so big, they were really so small. You might think such a thing wouldn't matter at all, but because they had stars, all the star-belly Sneetches would brag. We're the best kind of Sneetch on the beaches. With their snoots in the air, they would sniff and they'd snort. Will have nothing to do with the plain-belly sort. And whenever they met someone, they were out walking. They'd hike right on past them without even talking. When the star-belly children went out to play ball, could the plain-belly get in the game? Not at all. You could only play if your bellies had stars, and the plain-belly children had none upon ours. When the star-belly Sneetches had Frankfurter roast, or picnics, or parties, or marshmallow toast, they never invited the plain-belly Sneetches. They left them out cold in the dark of the beaches. They kept them away, never let them come near, and that's how they treated them year after year. Then one day it seems while the plain-belly Sneetches were moping and doping alone on the beaches, just sitting there wishing their bellies had stars, a stranger zipped up in the strangest of cars. My friends, he announced in a voice clear and clean, my name is Sylvester McMonkey McBean, and I've heard of your troubles, I've heard you're unhappy, but yo, this is The Sneetches, written by Dr. Seuss. My dog!
So high up. Jump off.
I don't speak Portuguese. I can
can speak English.
Dale mamá con tu tacata, tacata, tacata.
What's on your mind? If you want it, girl, come and get it.
I want one. I want my own army.
I turned 23 today and I thought it'd be really fun to make a mask together. I thought it'd be fun to celebrate by making a dog mask since I've never made one before. As a kid, I always thought that 23 was gonna be the year when I was like the coolest, hottest, most badass version of myself, and I do not know how to feel about that now. But at the same time, it's been a really good year overall. I thought it would be fun and interesting to use this pattern for the face. I think I want to use this really dark red for a tongue. I'm gonna use this black to cut a big nose. The way I kind of want to.
There is something alive in this box. It's actually something I've always wanted to do since I was a little kid, and that is raise butterflies. Oh, you can even see him on the wall. So in these two containers, I have 10 painted lady caterpillars. Apparently you can't buy monarchs anymore because they're just so endangered, but painted ladies are beautiful. And so I've spent the past couple weeks getting everything I think I need to raise these painted lady butterflies. I've done some research and I'm pretty confident this is big enough for 10. It even has a clear window on one side for you guys to see in, but let's get this set up. The first thing I'm gonna put down is lantana plants. Apparently the caterpillars can eat the leaves of this plant, and then when they turn into butterflies, they can get nectar from the flowers. And now it's all set up, I'm gonna put in the caterpillars. Please let me know if I'm doing everything correctly in the comments. And of course, keep posted and follow me to see this childhood dream of mine come true. There is something
So my phone was about to die because it was on like 1% battery. Hey, are you even listening to me? Am I the asshole for unplugging my grandma's life support? 22 minutes.
If me and my gang pull up,
So my phone was about to die because it was on like 1% battery. Hey, are you even listening to me? Am I the asshole for unplugging my grandma's life?
Yo, bro, what is No Nut November? What? I don't know. Everyone on the internet is talking about it. Can you explain it?
I don't know.
Please? I'm gonna sing Chug Jug with you until you do.
Seriously?
I got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now.
Just shut up.
Yay!
So, you know how you love Chun-Li and play Fortnite every day?
Yeah?
Well, some people can't go a day without thinking about Chun-Li. And because of that, they do some inappropriate things.
Oh, inappropriate things? Like they cheat in Fortnite?
No.
Then I don't get it.
Well, they... And it's disgusting.
Okay. I don't get it. Can you explain in Fortnite terms?
No, absolutely not. Subscribe if you know what he meant.
5 crazy things you can do when you turn 18. Number 1, buy spray paint. Surprisingly, people under 18 can't purchase spray paint, but after that birthday, it's Tag City. Just kidding. Vandalism is a crime no matter how old you are. Number 2, get a tattoo. Once you turn 18, you no longer need your parents' permission to get ink anywhere on your body. Yeah, I was thinking like a big dragon tattoo on my arm and blah across the forehead. Sounds good to me. Number 3, getting a Costco card. That's right, your prefrontal cortex has finally developed enough to buy things in bulk with a slight discount. I'm only here for the Red Bull and hot dogs. Oh no, number 4, buying fireworks. Once you turn 18, you can buy fireworks where it's legal, so you can celebrate a country that makes you wait 18 years for all this freedom. And number 5, adopt. You're 18, you're not a kid anymore, you're an adult, and now that you're an adult, you should be raising the next generation. Okay, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. 5 crazy things you can.
This guy met someone at the gym who has the most unexpected physique you'll ever see.
Go ahead and take the hoodie off. Bro has the biggest zipper build I've ever seen. Yeah, take it off, man. Take it off. No cuts at all. No cuts at all. I want you guys to see.
Back today, bro.
Didn't even train back, but you can still see his lats from the front without even flexing. And there's a lat spread, and now I feel tiny and want to die.
This guy met someone at the gym who had
Sometimes I don't wanna be.
Before I let you in, I need to make sure you're not gay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a couple questions to test you. Shoot. What's a slip? It's a drip. It's when you fall. A characterization of cancers. Life-threatening. What does slay mean? To kill something, like a dragon. What magazine did I just show you? What magazine? Okay. Good. Last question. What color is this? What color is this? It's rose. Nope, it's pink. He's gay. I knew it. I almost had you. You almost had me. I'm gonna suck that eventually. Nah.
from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? And I always feel like somebody's watching.
You ever had a cereal bar? Yes, when I was 12. How the fuck do they work? Don't say my name as anything sketchy. Okay, man, I got you. Not my drug dealer. What are you doing? Busy at work signing some paperwork? Liar. Is your refrigerator running? Who the hell is this? Is your refrigerator running? Ma'am, this is a refrigerator insurance company. Yes, haha, you better go catch it. What? Catch what? The refrigerator. You asked me if it was running, and it is. Then you better go catch it. You ever had a cereal bar? Yes, when I was 12. How the
This is one of my favorite demonstrations. I have here 2 balloons joined by a closed valve. One of the balloons contains more air than the other. This is just a puny little guy, but not for long. When I open the valve, the balloons will become connected and they'll equalize, and this guy will get bigger. Ready? 3, 2, 1. This phenomenon can seem counterintuitive. It's almost as if big balloons suck, but it's less surprising when you remember that blowing up a balloon is difficult at first, and then it gets easier. That's because as you fill a balloon with air, its rubber gets stretched thinner and thinner. But the thicker the rubber is, the more pressure it can exert on the air inside. So the less inflated a balloon is, the higher the pressure inside will be. So small balloons might be cute, but they are mighty. You can't bully me around, big guy. Take it, take it. This is one of my favorite demonstrations. I have here 2 balloons.
Bro woke up from a dream to a nightmare. We had a nanosecond left. I got to flashy and paid the price.
Now, Deku with the Death Note, how would that even go? I see, so your quirk works by you shitting your pants. Deku, what are you doing? I'm taking notes on my quirk note, okay, Kachon? God, you're a nerd. Learning's the shit! Whatever. Hey, Bakugo. What do you want, Icy Hot? I switched Midoriya's notebook with a Death Note. You did what? Epic prank, am I right? My notebook feels a little bit heavier. Oh my god, it's a Death Note! Icy Hot, do you realize what you've done? Judging by your reaction, I want to say no. Deku, how many names do you have on your notebook? Hey man, do you guys want to go? Kirishima, babe! Hey Midoriya, what's going on? Kaminari! Midoriya, what is going on? Ida! This isn't happening! Guys, I don't feel so good. Wow, what a beautiful day. Everyone's dying. Deku! Kachon! I never got to tell. Tell me what? Midoriya? Todoroki! Now Deku with the Death Note, how would that even go? Now Deku with the... Y'all don't even know Dr. Seuss got them bangers. Watch this, watch this. What? Look. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish and blue fish, black fish, blue fish, old fish and new fish. Look, this one got a little star, this one got a little car. Say, what a lot of fish there are. Hold on, look. Yes, some are red and some are blue, some are old and some are new, some are sad and some are glad, some are very, very, very bad. Why are they sad, glad, bad? I don't know. Go and ask your dad. Dumb man nigga go and ask me why they say, I don't know, but all I know is look. And
a bunch of colored pencil drawings of all the different characters in Harry Potter fucking each other. Welcome to the internet. Hold on to your socks, cause a random guy just kindly sent you photos of his cock. They are grainy and off-putting, he just sent you more. Don't act surprised, you know you like it, you whore. See a man beheaded, get offended, see a shrink. Show us pictures of your children, tell us every thought you think. Start a rumor, buy a broomer, send a death threat to a boomer, or DM a girl and groomer, do a zoomer, find a tumor in your. Here's a healthy breakfast option, you should kill your mom. Here's why women never fuck you, here's how you can build a bomb. Which Power Ranger are you? Take this quirky quiz. Obama sent the immigrants to vaccinate your kids. Could I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time. Could I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and a bunch of colored pencil drawings.
Woman, you're way too close!
Alright, bet.
Woman, you're way too close!
Nice. How about some overly aggressive gun sounds? Yeah, that's aggressive. Now how about a nice vocal to fit the circumstances? All together now?
Woman, you're way too close!
We're done.
Woman, you're way too close!
Alright, bet.
If I cheated on you, would you still love me? LOL, what, babe? I'm serious. Did you cheat on me? Just answer my question. Would you still love me? Wait, what happened? Did you really cheat on me? I'm just asking a question. If I cheated on you, would you still love me? But why are you asking that? I will explain after you answer.
Woman, you're way too close! Woman, you're way too close!
Command the magic, conquer the realm.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition here. Just import any SVG file and set it as a shape mask. Nice. Next up, we'll keep it moving with the hoverbox. You can use it to animate any element and create these really eye-catching interactions. And what I love is that the level of control you get here is crazy precise. You can set your animation ease, scale size, and position to create this really dope effect. Third, we've got the mega menu. This not only lets you organize your site menu into different subcategories, but it also looks amazing when you add in different elements like text, buttons, images, and pretty much anything you can think of. And last but not least, we've got My Designs. This feature lets you save any section or component that you've already created, and you can use it as a starting point on any other pages or sites you're working on. This one's personally saved me a ton of time. So you got all these features. Now see what you can do with them. Get on over to Wix and create something dope.
Big Brother Zhang, don't shoot. I swear every word I said is true. Just give me a chance. But before he could finish, I pulled the trigger. Su Hao, scared out of his wits, collapsed. When he finally came to, he noticed the bullet hole was merely a centimeter from his forehead. Desperately, he exclaimed, Big Brother Zhang, have mercy. I'm telling the truth. I calmly holster my gun. I might consider trusting you, but you have to give me a reason. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao began. After witnessing your abilities, I believe that only by following you can I survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Even if I allied myself with Wang Siming, I'd always be just a disposable pawn in his eyes. He continued, revealing that even before the apocalypse, he was Wang Siming's lackey. In his attempts to curry favor with Wang Siming, Su Hao even sacrificed his own woman for Wang's amusement. Despite all this, Wang Siming never treated Su Hao as a human being. This had instilled deep resentment in Su Hao's heart. Observing Su Hao's rage, I suggested that a collaboration could be possible, but we'd need a solid plan. Su Hao proposed that we deceive Wang Siming, feigning alliance until he opens his doors. Once inside, we could eliminate him. Chuckling, I replied, are you an idiot? You want to take on someone without even knowing their security details? Su Hao countered that he was well versed with Wang's security details, but there was a catch. I had to promise him a position as my subordinate. Otherwise, he would remain silent. I smirked. If you won't talk, there seems to be no point in keeping you around. As I said this, I pressed the muzzle of my gun against his forehead. Seeing this, Su Hao yelled, I know you'll silence anyone who's no longer useful to you. Information about that safe house is my only lifeline now. Even if it kills me, I won't reveal it. Impressed, I remarked, you're pretty clever. I'll accept your terms, but you must abide by my rules. Su Hao nodded rapidly, swearing his loyalty to me and promising to always follow my orders. I then laid out my conditions. First, Su Hao had to provide a detailed account of the safe house. Second, he had to deal with a particular nuisance for me, someone I couldn't approach directly. After securing Su Hao's loyalty, I didn't immediately task him with my request. Instead, I mentioned, as my subordinate, I have something valuable to bestow upon you. Then I returned to my safe house. Soon after, I arrived at Su Hao's residence, holding a briefcase. Slowly, I began. Since you've chosen to be my subordinate, there are certain truths I won't hide from you. I am, in fact, a professional assassin. Understanding dawned on Su Hao. No wonder, Brother Zhang, your shooting skills are impeccable. Su Hao's confidence in the future grew. He believed that as long as he remained by my side, he would surely survive in this post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, I pulled out a syringe from the briefcase. This is a slow-acting poison I specifically use for those who are stubborn or have ill intentions. Without an antidote, death is inevitable within a month. Upon hearing this, Su Hao shouted in panic, Brother Zhang, I swear I have no ill intentions. I simply smiled and reassured him, don't worry. As soon as we successfully seize Wang Siming's safe house, I'll provide you with the antidote immediately. Hearing this, Su Hao collapsed. If they didn't take the safe house, he'd surely die. But before he could contemplate further, I swiftly injected the substance into his neck. From this moment, you're truly my subordinate. We're in the same boat now. You don't need to be scared. The poison poison won't act unless it's time. Drenched in sweat, Suhao realized he was now irreversibly bound to me. I told him to head back home, mentioning I'd contact him if anything was needed. Watching the trembling Suhao walk away, I smirked. It seemed I had successfully intimidated him. This made things easier, since he believed that tap water was a deadly poison. The chances of him betraying me had significantly reduced. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Uncle Yu had just regained consciousness. Xia Li Mei was whispering in his ear. However, I observed this entire scene through a surveillance feed. Even at death's door, they're still trying to be smart. I then opened the room door, feigning surprise. Uncle Yu, you're finally awake. I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, the guilt would have haunted me for life. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Yu gratefully replied, Zhang Yi, you saved my life once again. From now on, my life belongs to you. I chuckled. Oh, come on. It was thanks to you this time. Xia Li Mei, standing nearby, chimed in with feigned gratitude. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. I responded with a smile. What are you saying, Sister Xia? From now on, we're one family. I'll take care of the three of you. Hearing this, Xia Li Mei's face lit up with joy. Now we can officially stay here without any worries. She handed me the baby she was holding. I'll go back to get some of our stuff. Don't lock me out. And with that, she quickly left, dreaming of the warm days ahead with the fireplace. As soon as she left, I took out my phone and sent a message to Suhao. Prepare for action. While playing with the baby, I thought, it's hard on you, little baby, but it's better this way. Otherwise, someone might turn you into a stew one day. On the other side, Xia Li Mei, all smiles, returned to her door, but as she opened it, Suhao suddenly lunged at her. Before she could even utter a word in surprise, Suhao swiftly stabbed her. In desperation, Xia Li Mei begged, please spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. But before she could finish her plea, Suhao continued his onslaught, ensuring she was motionless before he ceased. Afterwards, Suhao texted me, Brother Zhang, it's done. When can I get some food? Seeing the message, I couldn't help but smile. This problem is finally resolved. Otherwise, she might have tried to create discord between Uncle Yu and me. Turning to Uncle Yu, I said, your family can stay here in peace. Whenever you wish to move out, you're free to do so. Uncle Yu looked troubled upon hearing my words. Brother Zhang Yi, this might not be appropriate. Plus, resources are limited. Saving my life is more than enough. I patted his shoulder. We've already been through life and death together. Just stay here and recover. However, before I could finish, the baby in my arms began to cry uncontrollably. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't calm the little one. In desperation, I handed the baby to Zhokir. Having no experience with children, Zhokir appeared completely lost. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it be time for a diaper change? I quickly took out a pack of diapers from my storage space and tossed it to Zhokir. I then returned to Uncle Yu's room to inquire about his condition, asking if he felt anything amiss. Uncle Yu shook his head, indicating that apart from feeling weak, he didn't notice any other abnormalities. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Uncle Yu said, Zhang Yi, you should check outside. My wife has been gone for quite a while. I'm worried something might have happened to her. I instructed Zhokir to look after Uncle Yu, and I went to my room to arm myself. Taking this opportunity, I planned to deal with some pending matters. I then sent a message to all the homeowners, summoning them to room 1301 on the 13th floor. The meeting was meant to distribute resources and decide on the future management of the community. We had successfully taken control of the entire area, and from now on, our word would be the law. Except for Suhao, the neighbors who received the message rushed to room 1301. Hearing their discussions inside, I couldn't help but smirk. Want to be the community's manager? Talk to the king of hell about that. Without hesitation, I threw 2 grenades into the room. The unsuspecting neighbors, mid-conversation, were taken aback at the sight of the grenades. What the hell is this? They had no time to react as a massive explosion tore through the room. Outside, I had already positioned a blast shield to protect myself from the impact. I walked into the room, looking contemplative. Using grenades really makes things easier. A surviving neighbor, filled with rage, shouted, Zhang Yi, we helped you so much. Why are you doing this? I responded with a cold smirk. You might be mistaken. Without me, you would have starved to death long ago. Without another word, I made sure he joined the others in the afterlife. Having exacted my revenge, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Except for Suhao, all the neighbors who had wronged me in my previous life had been dealt with. From now on, no one in this community would ever pose a threat to me. All I needed now was to get to Wang Siming's billion-dollar safe house, and then I could live the rest of my days in peace and luxury. With a mournful expression, I approached Uncle Yu. Sister Xia, she's gone. I slammed my fist against the wall. I thought there were only a few traitors in this building, but it turns out they were all traitors. But don't worry, Uncle Yu, I've taken care of them all in revenge for Sister Xia. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Uncle Yu's Yu's face. Those ungrateful bastards deserved it. In his anger, he threw a fierce punch at his bed, creating a deep dent. This display of strength sent shivers down my spine. I hurriedly tried to calm Uncle Yu. It's my fault for being too trusting. If only I had noticed their true intentions earlier. Uncle Yu clenched his fists, completely believing my words. After all, he too had witnessed the ingratitude of these neighbors over time. I let out a sigh. It's all my fault for not managing things properly. But Uncle Yu, don't be too devastated. I promise to find you a young and beautiful wife.
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Immerse yourself in the world of Clash of Clans with a larger PC screen and mouse controls. First-time players on PC will also receive $7 off your first in-game purchase. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
Wife. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Yu gave an awkward smile. I'd prefer someone mature. Just then, Joe Kier walked in with the crying baby. This little one can't stop crying. What should we do? I glanced at Joe Kier. If I'm not mistaken, the baby might be hungry for milk. Joe Kier punched me lightly in the chest. What are you talking about? How would I have milk to feed the baby? I took the baby from her. It seems we might need to find a stepmother for this little one. Joe Kier agreed with my idea. After all, neither of us has experience with kids. It would be terrible if something went wrong. A moment later, I headed downstairs to the community with the baby, which alarmed the nearby residents. They whispered among themselves, "Is Zhang Yi coming to kill us?" I pointed my gun to the sky and shouted, "Bring out Li Jian." Shortly after, Li Jian emerged from Building 18 and asked me what I wanted. I smiled at him. "You've got some guts. Aren't you afraid I'll shoot you on the spot?" To my surprise, despite the post-apocalyptic environment where food is scarce and clothes are inadequate, Building 18, under Li Jian's management, had the highest number of survivors. I couldn't help but respect that. I handed the baby over to Li Jian. "There are mothers in your building, right? I'm entrusting you with the baby's care." As I said this, I placed some baby food, formula, and diapers in front of Li Jian. Without much ado, Li Jian assured me he would do his best to raise the baby. He then handed the baby over to a mother in Building 18 to take care of. I approached Li Jian, inquiring about the exact number of survivors in their building and what they would do if I stopped providing them with food. But Li Jian was full of hope for the future. No matter what, as long as people are alive, there's always hope. Upon hearing this, I pointed to the buildings I had cleared out. The supplies there should last you for a while. However, Li Jian shook his head, indicating that they would not resort to that unless absolutely necessary. In his view, once they start down that path, their ultimate fate would be doom, a conclusion neither he nor anyone in his building wanted to see. Hearing this, I sighed deeply. With everything as it is now, nobody knows if death or tomorrow will come first. Yet, this man manages to hold on to his core values. I couldn't help but admire him greatly. Li Jian took a deep breath. "If only I were as capable as you. Maybe then I could truly lead everyone out of this apocalypse. So, Zhang Yi, can you help us out a bit more? You were able to provide so much food for the entire community before. With so many people gone now, with your assistance, the remaining ones can surely survive." I interrupted him. "Everyone is suffering right now. I'm not Buddha or the Virgin Mary. I might help you now, but can I help you forever? And if I make sure everyone is well fed, who can guarantee I won't be bitten by the hand I fed? In this apocalypse, it's already a blessing to survive. I don't have any grand ambitions of being a savior." I then tossed a few packs of seeds in front of Li Jian. "Consider these a parting gift. If you want to thrive, you have to work for it. In this apocalyptic world, we all dwell in darkness. Yet, I see a glimmer of humanity in you. You can lead everyone to cultivate these seeds and farm, or you can eat them now. It's your choice." With that, I turned around and walked away. The residents who picked up the seeds looked puzzled. Can we really grow crops in this frigid weather? At that moment, a professor from the agricultural college urged everyone to quickly secure the seeds. These are our future hope. Seeing this, Li Jian also hastily collected the seeds. He asked the professor, "Professor Gu, can we really grow crops in such cold conditions? With a determined look, Professor Gu responded, humanity has achieved countless impossibilities. Why can't we make it work this time? Hearing this, the other residents didn't hesitate any further, and with renewed hope, they gathered the seeds scattered on the ground. Back in my safe house, I stretched out. Finally, the community matters have come to a close. Next, I need to acquire Wang Siming's multi-billion safe house. I then asked Zhou Qi to prepare dinner. I've been busy all day, and I'm quite hungry. Without hesitation, Zhou Qi began cooking. As I watched her graceful figure, I approached her with a playful suggestion. How about we have a child? Who knows how long this apocalypse will last? Having kids is a way to ensure our legacy. 2 hours later, I received a message from Su Hao. He had negotiated with Wang Siming and asked when we would initiate our plan. I smiled in response. No need to rush. Come to my place, and we'll discuss it. Soon after, Su Hao arrived at my safe house, clearly enjoying the warmth of my shelter. I motioned for him to sit down so we could discuss our plans. Su Hao was about to kneel on the floor to report the details of his conversation with Wang Siming when I made a silencing gesture. No need to make it complicated. Just show me the chat history between you two. Upon hearing this, Su Hao broke into a cold sweat. Seeing that Su Hao was hesitant to bring out his phone, Zhang Yi's smile vanished instantly. So reluctant. Are you hiding something from me? Su Hao clutched his phone tightly, stuttering. I haven't hidden anything from you. Growing impatient, Zhang Yi replied, is it so hard to have a proper conversation? Do I really have to get physical with you? Hastily handing over his phone and pleading, Su Hao said, I did badmouth you to Wang Siming, but it was all to deceive him. I hope you won't take it personally, brother Zhang. Zhang Yi swiftly took the phone and went through their chat history. He discovered that Su Hao had been in contact with Wang Siming for 2 months. Su Hao initially wanted Wang Siming to eliminate Zhang Yi and then help him seize Zhang Yi's safe house and supplies. Surprisingly, Wang Siming had similar intentions. With a cold laugh, Zhang Yi displayed the chat log to Su Hao. How do you plan to explain this? You played both sides quite masterfully. Caught in the act, Su Hao quickly raised his right hand, swearing, brother Zhang, you've manipulated me too, right? We're 2 peas in a pod. Why would I betray you? Zhang Yi remained silent, rubbing his chin in thought. Wang Siming only knew about his snowmobile and base. Unaware of his arsenal, perhaps he could exploit this intelligence gap to set a trap. Throwing the phone onto the table, Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao and said, tell me everything about that shelter, especially the weaponry and defenses. I want every detail. Relieved, Su Hao began. Rumor has it that the shelter was built using materials from a spaceship. It's practically impenetrable unless attacked with missiles. Inside, there aren't any weapons, but there's gas used for hypnosis. The entrances are rigged with high-temperature flamethrowers. After hearing Su Hao's description, Zhang Yi formulated a plan in his mind. If he's after my vehicle and supplies, then if he doesn't get those things, even if he captures me, he probably won't kill me. At most, he'll torture me. When the time comes, I'll hide the snowmobile in advance, granting myself an extra layer of protection. Although my life may not be significant to him, I suspect he won't kill me before obtaining my snowmobile and supplies. Is there any other offensive mechanism inside that shelter apart from the 2 you mentioned? Grinning, Su Hao replied, that's all. We can pretend to be hypnotized by the gas, pass the traps, and then take him out. Once we're there, you can pretend to be captured, and I'll seize the chance to stab him, sending him straight to hell. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Su Hao probably didn't know he had a gas mask, but that's okay. After all, it's always wise to be wary. Zhang Yi laid on the sofa, contemplating how to neutralize both the flames and gas. After all, without the upper hand, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After much pondering, an idea flashed in his mind, his space ability. Time is frozen within this otherworldly space. If he could utilize it in battle, wouldn't it be a powerful advantage? He had always overlooked this ability. It seems he needs to explore it further. Su Hao, sitting on the ground, eagerly awaited Zhang Yi's response. Zhang Yi finally said, alright, go back for now. I'll contact you in a couple of days. Su Hao clung to Zhang Yi's leg. Brother Zhang, I've been poisoned. I'm afraid I can't wait that long. What are you scared of? Zhang Yi responded, the poison takes 7 days to take effect. I'll contact you in 2 or 3 days at most. Go home and wait patiently. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yi ushered him out the door. Brother Zhang, you must remember, otherwise, I'll be gone in 7 days. After seeing off Su Hao, Zhang Yi looked at his special ability in his hand. Apart from storing supplies and precise shooting, he wondered what other surprising capabilities it might have. However, his primary concern was how to utilize this power to neutralize the flame and gas. Once that was sorted, he could easily control Wang Siming. Zhang Yi then left the living room and entered an empty house, starting a fire to test his ability. Stretching out his right hand towards the flame, he activated his storage ability. The flames on the ground slowly converged towards him. Seeing that it worked, he extended both palms, aiming to accelerate the absorption process. In no time, the flames were entirely absorbed into the alternate space. Zhang Yi looked at his hands, delighted. I can't believe it actually worked. He stretched his palms forward, intending to try and release the stored fire. The next moment, with a whooshing sound, the flames Zhang Yi had absorbed were instantly expelled forward. His eyes widened in surprise, and he Yi burst into joyful laughter. So, apart from storage, this alternate space can be used like this. It's like a divine defensive technique. Now, Zhang Yi was as elated as a child who had discovered a new toy. Once he mastered this ability, any future attacks would be rendered useless against him. This power was perfect for someone like him, who prioritizes survival above all else. However, a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he absorbed a living person into the space? Although he had previously tried it with a live fish, that was merely for food storage purposes. Now, when considering its combat potential, he would need to experiment with a live person. Zhang Yi wanted to test the combat capabilities of his alternate space using a living human subject. People in the surrounding buildings were terrified as they reluctantly offered up a sacrifice, who was clueless about whether he would live or die. Zhang Yi tossed him a stick and ordered him to attack him with it. The man was bewildered. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Zhang Yi. Seeing the man's disbelief, Zhang Yi said, "If you manage to hit me with the stick even once, I'll reward you with a piece of bread." Upon hearing the word bread, the man's eyes lit up. "You better keep your word," he said, grabbing the stick and taking a swing at Zhang Yi without hesitation. In a flash, Zhang Yi activated his alternate space. Before the man could realize what had happened, both he and the stick were sucked into the alternate dimension. In an instant, he was frozen in place, as if turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his attack posture. Curiously, Zhang Yi checked his pulse. Holy crap, his breathing and heartbeat have completely stopped. Did he die? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yi ejected the man from the alternate space. The man came out panting heavily, his face full of dread, as if he had just cheated death. Curious, Zhang Yi asked him, "How did it feel?" The man, sweating profusely, said, "I felt like I entered a blank world. It seemed like I was in there for a century. It was terrifying." Zhang Yi immediately understood. The passage of time in this alternate space is much slower than in the outside world. The longer one stays in it, the greater the chance of a mental breakdown. Therefore, living beings can't stay in the alternate space for too long. Otherwise, they'll either die or be severely impaired. Since he couldn't actively absorb living beings into the space, Zhang Yi wondered what would happen if he tried to disassemble some tissues instead. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed the hand of the sacrifice neighbor. With a swift motion, he sliced off 2 of the man's fingers, eliciting screams like that of a pig being slaughtered. Zhang Yi didn't care about the man's well-being. He was more intrigued by the discovery that while living beings couldn't stay in the alternate space for long, severed fingers could. What could be the principle behind this? He tossed some gauze to the man. "Hurry up and bandage yourself. Once you're done, we'll continue the experiment. This time, you'll throw something at me." After several more experiments using the man as a test subject, Zhang Yi had a better grasp of the functionalities of his alternate space. Until now, he had merely used it as a storage facility, which was a waste. His power could open a channel between this world and the alternate space to die that night. The next morning, I walked out of the building with Uncle Yu and a few others. Though mentally prepared, the scene still took my breath away. Hundreds of bodies were strewn haphazardly around the community, and he could not buy. Chimed in with feigned gratitude. "Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Position of blast shield to protect. You've got some guts, aren't life may not be significant to him, I suspect he won't kill me before obtaining my snowmobile and supplies. Is there any other offensive mechanism inside that shelter apart from the two you mentioned? Grinning, Suao replied, that's all. We can pretend to be hypnotized by the gas, pass the traps, and then take him out. Once we're there, you can pretend to be captured, and I'll seize the chance to stab him, sending him straight to hell. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Suao probably didn't know he had a gas mask, but that's okay. After all, it's always wise to be wary. Zhang Yi laid on the sofa, contemplating how to neutralize both the flames and gas. After all, without the upper hand, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After much pondering, an idea flashed in his mind, his space ability. Time is frozen within this otherworldly space. If he could utilize it in battle, wouldn't it be a powerful advantage? He had always overlooked the flames. Zhang gauze to the man. Hurry up and bandage yourself. Once you're done fooling around him, Zhang Yi smiled and said, I don't need anything else from you. You should be on your way now. Zhang Yi said. The man on the ground closed his eyes with a smile. He was finally free, no longer having to endure hunger and suffering in this post-apocalyptic world. Without looking back, Zhang Yi walked away. Time was running out for his appointment with Su Hao, and in the next few days, he needed to find some people for combat simulations. 3 days later, Su Hao was kneeling in front of Zhang Yi, begging him to join the attack on Wang Siming's sanctuary. Ever since Zhang Yi had forcibly injected him with poison, he felt his body deteriorating day by day. If they didn't act soon, he feared he would die before they could seize Wang Siming's stronghold. Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao coldly, finding the situation amusing. He hadn't expected that a lie he casually made up would have such a devastating effect on Su Hao. The power of psychological suggestion had certainly tormented him. Shrugging, Zhang Yi said, I can inject you with an antidote to temporarily relieve your symptoms. If there's no cure in 5 days, you will die regardless. I can't wait another minute, Su Hao said urgently, rolling up his sleeves. If I don't get the shot, I feel like I'll die tomorrow. As Zhang Yi administered the injection, he also continued his psychological manipulation. We can only succeed. Failure will not bode well for either of us. Filled with newfound confidence, Su Hao said, Brother Zhang, rest assured, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Su Hao took out his phone. I'll call Wang Siming right now to arrange a meeting time. Everything will go according to your plan, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, thinking to himself, you better not pull any tricks. After seeing off Su Hao, Zhang Yi started packing his bags. Shou Qi, standing nearby, watched in a daze. The issues in their community had already been mostly resolved, and she couldn't understand why they needed to go out again, especially with so much luggage. It seemed like they were going on a long trip. Zhang Yi had left enough food for her and Uncle Yu to last half a month, but didn't share details of his plan. Shou Qi didn't dare to ask more questions. Just as Zhang Yi was about to leave, Shou Qi grew anxious. Was he planning to abandon her? She hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. Chuckling, Zhang Yi pinched her chin. Looks like the silly girl is overthinking things. If it weren't for more pressing matters, he would have stayed and spent more time with Shou Qi. Suppressing his emotions, he kissed her and told her to behave while he was away. Their lives would undergo significant changes once he accomplished his current mission. With that, he walked out the door. Su Hao had been waiting for some time. Zhang Yi hopped onto his snowmobile and pulled out a rope. Su Hao was puzzled. Brother Zhang, you still don't trust me? My loyalty to you is as clear as daylight. Zhang Yi smiled. Don't misunderstand. I'm tying you up for Wang Siming to see. If he sees us getting along too well, he'd never believe that you've tricked me into this. Su Hao could only helplessly stretch out his hands as Zhang Yi tied him up. They rode away on the snowmobile, the northern wind painfully whipping Su Hao's face. He wanted to ask Zhang Yi for a helmet, but Zhang Yi chuckled. No helmet for you. Just endure it for a bit. Besides, the more miserable you look, the more believable it will be. Sniffling heavily, Su Hao followed Zhang Yi to Yankai Mountain Villa. Zhang Yi looked at the luxurious villas inside, facing the river and backed by the mountains. These buildings are a cut above other high-end villas. The terrain makes this place a natural snow haven. The snow accumulation here is much less than other places. When the apocalypse came, I thought the wealth gap would shrink. How naive I was. Money really is great. Su Hao hurriedly chimed in from behind. Brother Zhang, money is like waste paper now. Their current lives can't compare to yours. Zhang Yi smiled. Nice flattery. Come on, lead the way. The two then headed towards the villa complex. Su Hao was a bit puzzled as he followed, wondering why they didn't ride the snowmobile all the way in. Zhang Yi ignored his question and simply said, we're walking. That's it. Stop talking.
The Marks 3-day pre-Black Friday event on now.
Break out of the everyday by indulging in something a little less routine.
Zhang Yi has finally entered the billion-dollar safe house, but the impending danger is closing in on him step by step. Zhang Yi and Su Hao arrive at the Lark Manor riding snowmobiles, attracting the attention of neighbors in the community. At this time, a well-dressed, curvy beauty is staring intently at the two through her window. Her food supply ran out 3 days ago, and the carbon crystals she has for heat can only last a few more hours. To survive, she must find a way to make the two men outside listen to her and get food for her. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Hao have arrived in front of Wang Siming's residence. Zhang Yi raises his weapon and points it at Su Hao's head, threatening him to quickly open the door. Su Hao rushes to the security camera without hesitation, yelling, "Brother Wang, open the door, it's me." Wang Siming is currently sipping 1982 Lafite and watching the security monitor, thinking, weren't we supposed to meet tomorrow? Why are they here today? He scans the area, but doesn't see the snowmobile they talked about, suspecting that he might be getting tricked. Wang Siming hesitates whether to open the door. By this time, Zhang Yi is getting impatient, threatening Su Hao with the gun. "Damn it, if you dare trick me, believe it or not, I'll shoot you right now." Su Hao sweats profusely, pleading while saying, "Brother Zhang, don't shoot. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare trick you." Then Su Hao speaks into the camera to Wang Siming. "We've worked hard for so long. We can't fail now. If we miss this village, there won't be another store." Convinced they won't double-cross him, Wang Siming decides that if they do, he will activate a mechanism to incinerate them, leaving not even ashes behind. He presses the button to open the villa's main door. Zhang Yi and Su Hao walk into the spacious villa, marveling at everything, exclaiming, "Damn, rich people really are different. They even have more ways to have fun." Su Hao points to a passage ahead and says, "Brother Zhang, let's go in. There's another door inside, and once it's open, we can enter the shelter." Zhang Yi lets Su Hao lead the way, following him closely. Wang Siming, watching through the surveillance, sees that Zhang Yi has entered the range of his trap and doesn't hesitate to activate it. Immediately, exhaust ports above the corridor open. Zhang Yi and Su Hao are shocked. Wang Siming is trying to catch them all in one net. A suffocating gas bursts out from the ventilation pipes. Su Hao quickly covers his nose and mouth, but Zhang Yi remains calm as he already has a countermeasure in mind. Wang Siming activates the tear gas mechanism, and instantly a cloud of smoke engulfs Zhang Yi and Su Hao. The two are going all out in their act to deceive Wang Siming. Zhang Yi shouts, "Su Hao, you mongrel, open the door for me now." Su Hao retorts, "Stop struggling, Zhang Yi. You're a fool. Even if you kill me, you won't survive." Then 2 gunshots ring out in the smoke. Wang Siming excitedly watches the 2 figures in the smoke, thinking, "These 2 idiots who came to my door, do they actually think they can beat me? Let's see how I take care of them." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi drew the smoke into his own alternate space. The voices of the 2 gradually fade in the smoke, and the passage door slowly opens. Zhang Yi calmly puts away his gas mask, thinking that as soon as Wang Siming walks in, he'll immediately shoot him. Footsteps approach, and Zhang Yi can hardly contain his excitement. Damn it, it's not Wang Siming. Who the hell is this? "Su Hao, you idiot. Why are there other people in the shelter?" Ignoring that for now, he continues to play dead until the person comes closer and lifts both of them onto his shoulders, heading toward the passage door. Only then does Zhang Yi realize that this person is Lin Gang from the entertainment industry, who is said to have a good relationship with Wang Siming. Lin Gang dumps the 2 in front of Wang Siming, who looks at the unconscious pair. Lin Gang ties their arms behind their backs, saying, "This guy is as stupid as a pig. He's no effort at all, and he even dared to target your shelter." Wang Siming responds nonchalantly, "Well, isn't this to be expected? If I can't even handle some pauper, then my billion-dollar shelter is a waste." The 2 begin to discuss how to get Zhang Yi's snowmobile, as they haven't stepped out of the shelter for more than half a month, and Wang Siming is starting to feel cooped up. At this point, Zhang Yi, lying on the ground, activates a different space and secretly releases hypnotic gas. As the 2 are talking excitedly, they start to sway. Wang Siming looks at Lin Gang and says, "If you're excited about going out, there's no need to stagger around like that." Lin Gang, in a daze, replies, "Brother Wang, I'm not swaying. Why have you multiplied into 6 people?" Then both of them collapse onto the ground. By this time, Zhang Yi has successfully untied the ropes. Looking at the 2 men on the ground, he thinks, "Taking you 2 down was effortless." He picks up Wang Siming's expensively crafted pure gold handgun and says to himself, "The toys rich people play with are really different, but it's all show and no go." Having dealt with Wang Siming and the others, Zhang Yi begins to explore the rooms, thinking, "Let's see what the wealthy play with." As soon as he enters a room, he's flabbergasted and thinks, "Oh my god, this level of luxury is unimaginable." He continues to walk in and finds another door leading to a room filled with green plants. It's like a whole ecological chain here. He muses, a smug smile on his face. "From today on, this place is mine." Zhang Yi starts to inspect the rooms one by one. Each room has a different label: game room, pet room, entertainment room, you name it. He walks into a waterbed room filled with voluptuous women lying around, but unfortunately, they are all dead. Seems like things are not as peaceful here as I imagined, he thinks. He then proceeds to the basement, where a room designated for cats and dogs is set up. Wang Siming even cares for pets in this apocalyptic world. He opens the door and is is stunned. I've underestimated this. It turns out these cats and dogs are actually Playboy bunnies and cat women. They are lying around, covered in unidentified fluids, and needles scattered all over the floor. One of the bunnies crawls toward him as if he's her savior, begging, "Master, we were wrong. Give me a little more. I'll do whatever you want. I'm your bunny." Zhang Yi kicks her away, thinking, this Wang Siming really knows how to play. But Zhang Yi, don't need this. He then shoots them all dead. Next, Zhang Yi moves to the control room, thinking that it might be the core of the entire shelter. Unfortunately, he's not a computer engineer. He sees that the basement also has sports facilities and thinks they could be used to test his abilities in the future. As he continues to patrol, he reaches a room where the system prompts, "Identity verification failed. Cannot pass through this area. Guess I'll need Master Wang's help after all," he thinks, before splashing water on the two men to wake them up. "Wake up, sweetheart," Zhang Yi says mockingly. At this point, Wang Siming looks at Zhang Yi in disbelief. "How did you do this?" Zhang Yi smiles slightly. "The rich rely on technology. We poor folks rely on mutations. How else would we survive in the apocalypse?" He points his weapon at Wang Siming. "All right, my lord. Now is not the time for chit-chat. Let's get down to business." Zhang Yi leans down. "For example, how to let me live comfortably in this villa. That's the only way you'll save your life." Wang Siming, visibly tense, says to Zhang Yi, "I'll give you whatever you want. Just let me go." Zhang Yi replies casually, "Don't worry. I don't have a habit of killing. I just want to find a stable place to live. Your place is so big, one more person won't make a difference." Wang Siming looks at him skeptically. "You just want to move in? You don't want to kill me and take over?" Zhang Yi chuckles. "Killing you is pointless. Besides, I'm not a murderer, and this snow disaster won't last forever. Once things go back to normal, I'd like to be in your good graces." Upon hearing this, Wang Siming perks up. "So this bumpkin wants to be friends with me. In their eyes, society will get back to normal sooner or later. If I give these country bumpkins a little help, then rising to the top is only a matter of time. These bumpkins sure know how to plan, but I'm no pushover either. If you want to be friends, hurry up and untie me. My hands are numb." Zhang Yi smiles. "Untying you is simple, but you have to hand over control of this shelter's systems to me." Wang Siming hesitates. "If I give you control, can you promise not to kill us?" Zhang Yi reassures him again. "Don't worry, bro. I promise you'll live the high life cooperating with me." With no other options, Wang Siming gives up complete control of the shelter's operating systems. Zhang Yi grandly sweeps his hand over the control panel. "From now on, I'm the master here." Wang Siming, who is beside him, says, Yes, you're the master now. Please untie me. My whole body is numb." Zhang Yi ominously stands up. "Just hold on a second, my lord. I'll relieve you shortly." He takes out a knife from behind him and slashes it across Wang Siming's neck in a flash. Blood spurts out, and Wang Siming looks at Zhang Yi in disbelief. "You promised not to kill me. You broke your word." Zhang Yi looks at him mockingly. "Relax. You might feel a bit dizzy at first, but the pain will be over soon." Wang Siming falls to the ground and stops breathing. Zhang Yi looks at him. "Sorry, I forgot to mention, I don't keep useless people around." While cleaning the blood off the floor, Zhang Yi ponders how to deal with Su Hao. Killing Wang Siming resolved one issue, but he's still undecided about Su Hao. After all, he did help him seize Wang Siming's residence. At this point, Su Hao groggily wakes up and sees Zhang Yi cleaning the bloodstains. He gets excited. "Bro Zhang, we did it, didn't we?" He gets up and sees Wang Siming's body on the floor, stepping on it while laughing. "I never thought this day would come for you, you damn dog. Not killing you myself was too merciful." Zhang Yi points to a backpack on the sofa. "Inside is your reward." Upon hearing there's a reward, Su Hao eagerly opens the bag, which is full of food. His eyes light up as he begins to feast. "Bro Zhang, you're really like my own brother. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. Your word is law." Zhang Yi sighs. This is all that's left in Wang Siming's shelter, and there's not much energy left to keep it running either. Su Hao immediately gets anxious. "What are you saying? This is all that's left in the shelter? Are you joking? I've been with you through thick and thin to get rid of Wang Siming, and you want to fob me off with this? You want to monopolize everything and kick me out? No way. I was the one who provided you with the intel on the shelter." Zhang Yi chuckles. "I have no reason to lie to you. Wang Siming squandered all the resources." Su Hao insists. "I don't know if you're lying or not, but you had everyone in the community spinning in circles. If you're planning to kill the donkey after it has done its job, I'll expose your superpowers. Someone will come for you." Zhang Yi's face turns cold. "Seems like I've been too lenient with you." He raises his hand and shoots Su Hao. "I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. What use are you to me now?" Su Hao falls to the ground, still not understanding why this is happening as he dies. Zhang Yi looks at the dead Su Hao. "Be a good person in your next life. If you don't have the power, don't make empty threats." He picks up his backpack. "I intended to let you live a little longer, but you seem keen on forgetting everything. I can only send you on your way." Sitting in the entertainment area, Zhang Yi fantasizes, "It would be great to survive here until the apocalypse is over. It would be even more interesting if I had brought Zhou Qir along. As for Uncle Yu, I have other plans for him." Zhang Yi opens a bottle of red wine and turns on the TV. To his surprise, an image of a foreign woman appears, and he switches through dozens of international channels. Given the storm, how did Wang Siming manage this? After some thought, he understands and finds a hidden door connected to some cables. In Inside, he finds an independent server. His eyes light up instantly. Judging by the strength of the signal, the system's transmission speed is global. With this high-end network infrastructure, I can now get accurate information from the outside world. He then sits down to browse through the information. In just 1 month, only a quarter of the 8.5 billion people in the world are left. Zhang Yi feels extremely grateful for having prepared supplies in advance. At this rate, it would be good if 5% of the population survives in the future. However, he suddenly sees numerous reports on mutated humans. Many countries have reported individuals with mutations, both good and bad. Some can conjure flames and summon bears, while others turn into green giants. Yet, only a few have obtained special abilities. Most have been physically deformed by gamma radiation. After reading all the information, Zhang Yi is convinced that there are others like him hiding their true strength. This means the outside world is incredibly dangerous. He becomes even more committed to staying in the shelter and plans to first go back to the safe house to get Joker. Zhang Yi steps out and starts his snowmobile. Just then, an enchanting voice rings out. "Could you please wait a moment?" Instantly drawing his gun.
Charmin reinvented the square for a smoother tear. Oh yeah, new Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Done. Zhang Yi aims at the newcomer. To his surprise, it's the red-hot actress Yang Mi, who has been setting the entertainment world on fire. She is a dream woman for many men and now stands in front of him, pleading to take her away. Looking at Yang Mi, Zhang Yi thinks the snowstorm has made life hard for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Want to watch Meerkats without the ads?
Yeah, baby.
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
question. If you want me to take you, you need to give me a good reason, he says. Yang Mi, looking soft and tender, replies, take me with you, give me something to eat, and I'll agree to any condition. She then puckers her lips and kisses Zhang Yi on the face. His face turns red, and his heart is won over by Yang Mi. Having one more woman to warm the bed in this apocalypse doesn't seem like a bad idea, he thinks, taking her to his new residence. Yang Mi notices how skilled Zhang Yi is as he enters Wang Siming's place. She pretends to be surprised and asks, isn't this Wang Siming's residence? What's your relationship with him? Zhang Yi doesn't answer her question, but cautiously asks, do you know Wang Siming well? He thinks, if she has any ties with Wang Siming, he will kill her on the spot to avoid future trouble. Yang Mi changes her tone. I don't really know Wang Siming well. You know how it is in our circle. We meet at events and just nod and greet each other. Zhang Yi pours tea, thinking, smart move. I'll let you off the hook for now. He hands the tea to Yang Mi. In any case, this place is mine now. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Yang Mi gulps down the tea, savoring its warmth. This is the first cup of hot water I've had in days. She then coyly asks Zhang Yi if she can use the bathroom for a hot shower. Zhang Yi naturally doesn't refuse. Yang Mi undresses and leaves her clothes in the living room, enjoying the long-missed hot shower. Her body instantly relaxes, and she begins to think of ways to make Zhang Yi serve under her. She figures that with her beauty, it won't be hard to win him over, and compared to some greasy, middle-aged men she knows, Zhang Yi is quite the catch. She thinks her good luck hasn't run out yet. Even if she has to be with Zhang Yi for a few months, she's willing. After her shower, Yang Mi walks out barefoot. She's made up her mind. She'll do whatever it takes to stay. She's very clear about what's going to happen next and mentally prepares herself, telling herself it's just a transaction. Once the snowstorm is over and everything returns to normal, she'll still be a top-tier celebrity, and nobody will know about this. She wraps herself in a towel and walks seductively up to Zhang Yi, coquettishly asking if she can stay. She promises to serve Zhang Yi well if he lets her stay. Seeing that Zhang Yi remains unmoved, she takes his hand and pleads, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Once the snowstorm is over, I'll leave quietly. Zhang Yi shakes off her hand, realizing that she sees his place as a stepping stone and plans to leave once the snowstorm ends. He takes a sip of red wine and says sarcastically, leaving aside whether the snowstorm will even end, even if the ice age passes, do you think the world will go back to the way it was? Yang Mi suddenly becomes anxious, asserting, of course things can go back to how they were. As she says this, it's as if she's reassuring herself. If the world can't return to its former state, wouldn't all her previous achievements be in vain? Zhang Yi isn't interested in arguing with her. If you think things can go back to normal, then they will. But for now, if you're staying in my house, you'll follow my rules. Zhang Yi pulls Yang Mi close. She whispers, I understand. Zhang Yi doesn't stand on ceremony anymore. Since she came to him, he has no reason to refuse. After the matter is done, Zhang Yi takes out a piece of clothing from a different dimension and throws it to Yang Mi. She stares at him, dumbfounded. What kind of superpower is this? You can summon objects out of thin air? Zhang Yi is about to turn away when Yang Mi grabs his arm. Don't go, big brother E. He looks at her amused. What? Not satisfied yet? I have some things to do. I'll deal with you later tonight. Yang Mi blushes and shouts, you misunderstand. I have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Yi feels a bit hungry at this point. Fine, let's go to the dining area and talk while we eat. Yang Mi obediently sits at the dining table. Zhang Yi instantly summons some food from another dimension and places it on the table. Since we're going to be living together, let's set some ground rules. He says calmly, my home is quite large. Adding one more woman won't make a difference. I have only one requirement. Obey me. You're smart. You should know what I mean. Yang Mi certainly understands what Zhang Yi is getting at. He's clearly setting up some unspoken rules, but she didn't become a top-tier celebrity by being naive. She straightens her back and says slowly, I can agree to your terms, but I also have some principles that I hope you'll respect. Zhang Yi spreads his hands, amused. All right, let's hear it. Yang Mi seriously says, whatever happens between us.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like
Stays confined to this snowstorm period. If we part ways, you can't disclose what we've done. As a public figure, my reputation would be ruined if people found out. Zhang Yi, casually eating, understands her concerns and agrees readily to her terms. Summoning courage, Yang Mi states her second condition. You can't force me to do things I'm uncomfortable with, or make outrageous demands unless I agree. She blushes and awkwardly shifts her feet after saying this. Zhang Yi appears puzzled. You are the one who approached me, and now you're acting as if you're the victim here. He's not naive either and pulls her close. Don't act all innocent here, especially when you're an actress. Ever heard of quid pro quo? How did you become a top-tier celebrity with such poor acting skills? Yang Mi falls silent, unable to respond to Zhang Yi's rebuke. He picks her up and places her on the dining table, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I don't have any weird fetishes, but thanks for the reminder." Yang Mi has seen far more bizarre behavior in our industry. In comparison, Zhang Yi has been quite reasonable. They then spend the night discussing a script in great detail. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi prepares to head out. He suddenly remembers that his friend Uncle Yu is still single and asks Yang Mi, "Most of the people living here are rich women and celebrities, right?" She nods. "Yes, you have to be wealthy or high status to live here." Zhang Yi smiles. "I have a friend who's a good person, but got cheated by a scheming woman recently. He could use some female companionship to heal his wounded heart. Could you maybe help find someone suitable in your circle?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mi looks taken aback. "What are you treating me as?" She quickly thinks, realizing that the only women left in the wealthy neighborhood are slightly older. Zhang Yi recalls that Uncle Yu has a preference for mature women, so Yang Mi eagerly says, "That makes things easy." She promptly contacts the famous Zhou Haimei. Zhang Yi brightens up upon hearing the name. "Damn, Uncle Yu, you owe me big time." Zhou Haimei is a dream woman for many. Yang Mi promises Zhou Haimei a feast if she agrees to spend time with Uncle Yu. Zhou Haimei considers it. She's been hungry for days and would do anything for food. Without further ado, Zhang Yi produces food from another dimension, and Zhou Haimei starts eating voraciously. Zhang Yi looks at both women. "We're all smart people here. From now on, I'll take care of your food. But if anyone leaks information from here, forget food. You'll owe me your life." Saying this, he leaves to transfer useful items and people, including Zhou Kir and Uncle Yu, to his current location. Meanwhile, in another village called Su Family Town, young people are busy drilling through the ice layer underground. Sled dogs are running hard. Suddenly, with a loud noise, they break through the ice, and small fish jump out. The workers collect the fish. Seeming quite proficient, a young man asks, "Uncle, do you think people in the city have frozen to death in this cold?" The uncle sighs. "Those city folks don't even know how to farm. They usually rely on us for food. They're probably starving by now, if not already dead. Luckily, we rural people have some food reserves and stamina. We can survive, although the cold is daunting." Just then, a rumbling noise is heard in the distance. The uncle becomes alert. "In this cold, you rarely see any living person. Is that the sound of a snowmobile?" At that moment, Zhang Yi zooms by on a snowmobile. He's surprised to see people in Su Family Town fishing by breaking the ice. He also notices their sleds. Zhang Yi is amazed at how quickly people have adapted to this icy apocalypse. Had he not seen it, he would have thought Eskimos had moved to Su Family Town. The villagers spot Zhang Yi's snowmobile, a Rolls-Royce equivalent in the snowy environment. Without a word, they urge their sled dogs to chase, entering berserk mode. Zhang Yi suddenly panics and quickly throttles up, speeding away. Meanwhile, on the river, 8 dogs are chasing him down, tongues lolling out. Their eyes turn red upon seeing Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi is caught by this group of people, he's definitely in for some trouble. Suddenly, a fisherman hurls a harpoon towards Zhang Yi, who instantly gets furious. "Damn it, if that harpoon hits my arm, it would either cripple or kill me." Zhang Yi swerves sharply, and due to the inertia, Zhou Haimei is flung off. The fishermen catch up and confront Zhang Yi. "Leave the woman and the snowmobile, then you can go." Zhang Yi coldly looks at them and swiftly pulls out a handgun, aiming it at them. The fishermen suddenly get nervous. "Hey man, let's talk. No need for knives and guns." However, seeing the beautiful woman and the snowmobile, they are reluctant to let him go. This is Su Family Town territory. To pass through, you have to pay a toll. Leave the woman or the vehicle. It's your choice. Zhang Yi sneers. "What if I don't want to choose either?" The fisherman instantly turns serious. "Even if you have a gun, it's useless. We have so many people and dogs. How many bullets do you have?" Zhang Yi's eyes grow colder. He knows he has to end this quickly. If other fishermen from the village come, escaping would be difficult. Taking a deep breath, he mutters, "You forced me into this." Zhang Yi then pulls out another weapon. "You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me." He raises both guns and fires. Bang, bang, bang. Several people from Su Family Town fall down. Uncle Sue is shocked. This guy is serious. He then commands, and the ferocious dogs swarm towards Zhang-Yi. But Zhang-Yi is already prepared. He opens his hand, waiting for the perfect moment. With a thought, he activates another dimension, and all 8 frenzied dogs are sucked in. Seizing this window of opportunity, Zhang-Yi picks up Zhou Jaime from the ground, starts the snowmobile, and speeds off. Looking back at the villagers who are arriving one after another, Zhang-Yi thinks, that was close. I almost got bitten by those mad dogs. Good thing I was smart enough to use the other dimension as a weapon. These dogs will suffocate and die in that space soon enough. This also gives me the chance to measure the time flow difference between the other dimension and the real world. On the other side, the arriving villagers see the dead bodies on the ground and are shocked. We've encountered a tough one. They look around and notice something else amiss. Where are the dogs? Our 8 snow dogs are missing. They find it extremely strange because the dogs had been tamed and wouldn't stray without orders. Not only are we down 4 lives, but 8 snow dogs have vanished as well. We're in big trouble. The leading uncle speaks. This person not only had a gun and a snowmobile, but also killed so many people from Sioux Family Town. He must be extraordinary. Maybe he even has superpowers like our village's Chun-Lei. Let's not act recklessly. Go back and console with the village head. Returning to Sioux Family Town, the village head gathers a group and goes to Chun-Lei, who is found sleeping soundly, clutching a 2D anime doll. The village head becomes red-faced upon seeing a room full of 2D dolls and scolds Chun-Lei. You're a grown man coloring fake dolls? Aren't you ashamed? Our village girls are far more beautiful than these dolls. Chun-Lei stretches lazily. Grandpa, you're way off base. Are the village women even to be called young ladies? Besides, it's my hobby. Why do you care? Now, what do you want? Suda-Hai interjects. This morning, we encountered a young man while fishing. He killed 4 of us and took our snow dogs. The man was incredibly powerful. He might have superpowers like you. Our village may no longer be safe. Chun-Lei thinks, we've just ended fights with nearby villages, and now this? When will we have some peace? Meanwhile, Zhang-Yi safely drops Zhou Jaime at the base of an apartment complex. Leading the way, Zhang-Yi says, the man you will meet is in this building. Come upstairs with me. Zhou Jaime agrees, although reluctantly. In this apocalyptic world, having someone to team up with isn't a bad choice. While talking, Zhang-Yi has already entered his safe house. At this moment, Zhou Qi is as happy as a child. Zhang-Yi, you're finally back safely. Congratulations. She quickly helps Zhang-Yi out of his coat. When Zhou Qi notices the woman behind Zhang-Yi, she senses some kind of threat. She immediately starts fussing over Zhang-Yi. Are you tired? Are you thirsty? Would you like something to eat? Zhang-Yi temporarily ignores Zhou Qi and asks Zhou Jaime to sit down first. Zhou Qi, with a woman's intuition, feels that something is different about Zhang-Yi. I now understand. You prefer mature women, don't you? Zhang-Yi smiles faintly. Don't overthink it. This woman is here to take care of Uncle Yu, but you're right about me preferring mature women. Zhou Qi looks stunned. Zhang-Yi is more concerned about Uncle Yu's condition. Zhou Qi quickly responds. Uncle Yu has mostly recovered. It's miraculous. Normally, it would take at least 3 months. I also gave him muscle relaxants as you instructed, but it doesn't seem to suppress his strength. Zhang-Yi nods. Just as I suspected, Uncle Yu has an enhancing type of mutation. How is his mental state now? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Qi says, he seems fine. His mental state appears to be normal. No issues have been discovered. Hearing this, Zhang-Yi strokes his chin. I've read online about people experiencing dangerous physical mutations after gaining superpowers. I'm glad Uncle Yu didn't go through that. Zhang-Yi then visits Uncle Yu's room and sees that he's fine, which eases his concerns. He also tells Uncle Yu about capturing Wang Xining's shelter the day before. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yu remarks, rich people sure know how to have fun. Zhang-Yi calmly responds,
Hello, I'm Derek with PNY. In this video, we're going to be showcasing the power of the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060 8GB and GeForce RTX 4060 Ti in 8 and 16GB capacities. More specifically, we're going to be looking at their specs, key NVIDIA technologies, and how they perform playing Diablo 4. Let's go ahead and jump right into the specifications. All the cards highlighted today are powered by the latest NVIDIA 8 Lovelace architecture. Starting with the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060 8GB, this card has 3072 CUDA cores, 1830 MHz clock speed, with a boost clock of 2460 MHz. It's equipped with 8GB.
There are plenty of wealthy people both domestically and internationally, and many of them would have built shelters. In that sense, it's easier for the rich and powerful to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Uncle Yu lowers his head. Zhang-Yi, how can I ever thank you? I wouldn't be alive now if it wasn't for you. Zhang-Yi's eyes flicker slightly. No need for formalities. By the way, Uncle Yu, have you noticed any changes in your body these past few days? Uncle Yu lifts his shirt. It's strange. With such severe gunshot wounds, it should take months to heal, but I've recovered in just a few days, and my strength strength has increased tremendously. Saying this, he lifts a sofa next to him with one hand. Zhang Yi looks at Uncle Yu with delighted astonishment. What incredible strength. Uncle Yu looks at himself puzzled, feeling like some kind of monster. Zhang Yi reassures him cheerfully. Don't worry too much. You've just awakened a powerful ability. It's like a tadpole successfully transforming into a frog. Uncle Yu stares at Zhang Yi, bewildered. Zhang Yi smiles. Don't be surprised. I've also awakened some abilities. Saying this, he takes out some food from another space. Uncle Yu is completely dumbfounded. No wonder you always seem to have endless resources. Uncle Yu became excited all of a sudden. With a strong push of his hand, he overturned the bed. He then heavily fell to the ground. Zhang Yi advises Uncle Yu to get used to his new body before making any moves. Seeing the condition Uncle Yu is in, Zhang Yi is overjoyed. The stronger Uncle Yu becomes, the safer I'll be. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi and the superstar, Zhou Haimei, are busy in the living room. Zhang Yi gets back to the point. Uncle Yu, I've found you a wife. Are you interested? Uncle Yu glances at Zhou Haimei in the living room and his eyes widen in disbelief. This is every man's dream goddess, Zhou Haimei. Am I seeing things? Zhou Haimei approaches and greets Uncle Yu with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yu. Uncle Yu, elated, nods furiously. His dream goddess is actually speaking to him. Zhang Yi looks at both of them. Given the current exceptional circumstances, let's skip the pleasantries. You two should pair up and live together. I'll leave this house to both of you, while Zhou Qi and I will move out. Uncle Yu becomes anxious. Zhang Yi, this won't do. I've received too much from you already. This house is your safety. I can't take it from you. Zhang Yi reassures Uncle Yu. Don't be formal with me, Uncle Yu. I've found a better place to stay. You can bring your wife over to visit anytime. After settling Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi head downstairs to go to their new home. Finally, a wedding gift for you. Saying this, he takes out a snowmobile from another space. Uncle Yu is astonished. This is your vital means of transportation. How can I take this from you? What will you do without the snowmobile? He absolutely refuses to accept it. Zhang Yi says, don't be formal, Uncle Yu. I can manage without the snowmobile. Saying this, he takes out an off-road snow vehicle from another space. Everyone is left speechless. Is this what Zhang Yi means by managing? Meanwhile, in Su Family Town, there's widespread anxiety. Everyone is waiting for the village's star of hope, Chun Lei, to make a decision. Chun Lei thinks he's the chosen one, destined for greatness. This must be a sign from the heavens to make me stronger. The village head expresses his concern. That guy is too strong. We can't beat him. Chun Lei, you are our village's hope. The whole of Su Family Town is relying on you. Please don't disappoint us. Chun Lei gets carried away. Don't worry, village head, Uncle 3, I've got this. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi are driving towards their new villa in the off-road vehicle. Zhou Qi curiously asks, what's the new house like? Knowing you, I can't imagine you would just give away a secure house that you put so much effort into, and you even found a beautiful wife for Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi smiles. Our new home is huge, many times more comfortable than where we live now. But be prepared, there is one more person in our new home now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi gets nervous. Is it another woman? Zhang Yi, have you changed your feelings for me? Zhang Yi pats her hand. Don't overthink it. I'm just worried you might be too busy, so I found someone to help share the load with you. Zhou Qi finally relaxes, snuggling close to Zhang Yi. I knew you loved me the most. Zhang Yi smiles at Zhou Qi. Well, what's done is done. It was consensual, so just be obedient and everything will be fine. Zhang Yi revs up the engine, driving forward through increasing snow and wind, even more intense than when the snowstorm first started. Suddenly, a whirlwind strikes the rear of the off-road vehicle. Zhang Yi quickly realizes something is wrong. This snow is too unnatural. Then a loud bang as a gust of wind hits the vehicle, causing it to veer off track. Gripping the wheel tightly, Zhang Yi floors the gas pedal. Hold on tight, he tells Zhou Qi, extending his left hand. He opens a different space with a whoosh, sucking in the attacking snowstorm. Damn, it's a tornado. Heavenly Sea City hasn't seen a tornado in centuries. This is definitely an attack, not a natural disaster. Zhang Yi immediately calms down. His ability is ultimate defense. As long as he doesn't panic, the opponent won't be able to kill him. He begins to think, realizing that the attacker must be nearby. He skillfully turns the vehicle around and once again opens a different space, sucking in the attacking tornado. Meanwhile, Chun Lei in the shadows realizes something is wrong. The tornado had hit the vehicle. Why did it suddenly stop? The tornado drains a lot of his energy, and he is not sure how strong the other party is. The more Chun Lei thinks, the more he believes this guy is not easy to deal with. He might have superpowers too. Worst of all, he's already shown his trump card, but knows nothing about the other person. Two villagers by his side sense that something is off. Chun Lei, what's going on? Why didn't your superpower work this time? Chun Lei replies, damn, we've run into a tough one. We need to find another way. Let's retreat for now. At this moment, Zhang Yi in the vehicle is ready for action. He takes a sniper rifle with a high magnification scope out of a different space. You think you can attack me and run? Watch how I take you down. Lifting the sniper rifle, he aims and fires 2 shots. One of the villagers falls to the ground. Chun Lei and the other villager are instantly dumbfounded. This guy has a sniper rifle, and he could hit from such a long distance. This defies all logic. Zhang Yi raises the sniper rifle again, and Chun Lei hides behind a snow mound in fear. Zhang Yi smiles. smiles. Since you're hiding, let me return the gift you just gave me. With that, he raises his left hand and releases the absorbed tornado back out. Chun-Li sees a tornado that looks exactly like his own superpower and is dumbstruck. Damn, this kid has the same superpower as mine. Just as he's about to be swept up by the tornado, Chun-Li musters the last of his strength and releases his superpower again. The two tornadoes collide and cancel each other out. Chun-Li takes this opportunity to escape. Zhang Yi watches the retreating figures and decides to let them go for now. I can't chase them into the villagers' territory, especially with Zhou Qi in the car. A small mistake could be disastrous. If you want revenge, come find me. But next time, it will be on my home turf. Zhang Yi doesn't linger. He continues driving towards Lark Manor. Meanwhile, he feels that he learned a lot from this battle. The future world is likely to be dominated by people with superpowers. Zhou Qi, concerned, asks if those who weren't killed would come back for revenge. Zhang Yi assures her, don't worry, our new refuge is very secure. Even if a superpower like a tornado were to bury it, it won't affect our lives. Elsewhere, Su Depan and others are helping the injured walk towards Su Family Town. Ever since my superpower awakened, I've been the one doing the beating. This is the first time someone's chased and attacked me. I almost lost my life. At that moment, Yang Mi, dressed in sexy lingerie, is lying on the bed. She's not used to suddenly being kept like a canary and is wondering how to pass the time when the door clicks open. Zhang Yi walks in and says, "Get up, I want to introduce you to a friend." Yang Mi is startled. Is he planning to pass me on to someone else? Zhang Yi laughs at her reaction. In the order of who came first, you should call her sister. Yang Mi looks surprised again. So, is she your girlfriend? She nervously asks. Zhang Yi hands her some clothes. Close enough. Yang Mi starts to think, me, an international A-list star, sharing a man with another woman? I can't lose to a village girl. She applies beautiful makeup to herself. I may lose in other ways, but not in poise. Watch how I trample you underfoot. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi also meticulously prepares herself. A woman's charm is the best weapon. The competition has just begun. After a long time of meticulous preparation, Yang Mi finally arrives in the living room. However, the moment the two women lock eyes, both are shocked and dismayed. It's you. At this moment, Zhang Yi stands in the middle, puzzled. Do you two know each other? Zhou Qi angrily tells Zhang Yi, this person is my cousin, but the relationship between the two women appears strained. Yang Mi pulls Zhang Yi aside and whispers, Zhang Yi, please, whatever you do, don't let Zhou Qi know about us. Zhang Yi scratches his chin and smiles. Us? What about us? Yang Mi is instantly infuriated. The transaction between us. Zhang Yi finds himself in an increasingly interesting situation as he looks at a furious Zhou Qi and a cautious Yang Mi. As it turns out, both the Zhou and Yang families are renowned for their scholarly traditions, boasting numerous talented individuals. Yang Mi chose the entertainment industry to become famous, willing to be an actress. Zhou Qi looks at Yang Mi disdainfully. If you were truly talented, you would rise through your own works. No one in the family would have such strong reservations. Don't you know why you're famous? People in the upper circles mock our family because everyone knows you're like a public bus. The shame it brings is nauseating just to hear, let alone see you. Zhang Yi finds Yang Mi's expression behind him somewhat amusing. He waves his hand dismissively. I don't care about your past grievances. There are no more distinguished families or top celebrities here. You are now simply neighbors in adversity. The two women reluctantly shake hands, agreeing to live and let live. Then Zhang Yi takes them to the underground garden, filled with lush vegetables and plants. He tells them, your daily tasks, besides household chores, are to take good care of these plants to secure our logistics. Both nod happily, glad to have something to do to avoid idleness and potential conflict under the same roof. Afterwards, Zhang Yi sends Zhou Qi upstairs to tidy up the bedroom, leaving a grateful Yang Mi behind. She says, thank you for keeping our secret just now. I already owe my cousin so much. If she finds out that I'm competing with her for a boyfriend, she'll be heartbroken. So could we keep our relationship a secret from her going forward? Zhang Yi has other plans in mind. With only 3 people in such a large shelter, staying hidden would be no easy feat. Zhang Yi quickly agrees to Yang Mi's request. To show her gratitude for keeping their secret, Yang Mi offers to cook for Zhang Yi. He's somewhat taken aback. A big star knows how to cook. Yang Mi heads to the kitchen. Don't assume all celebrities are useless. Actually, I find cooking relaxing when I'm bored. However, to her dismay, she finds the kitchen devoid of ingredients. It's the proverbial case of no rice to cook even for a clever woman. Yang Mi searches fruitlessly, finding nothing. Watching Yang Mi pace back and forth, Zhang Yi can't help but admire her figure. He walks up behind her and exhales lightly. Yang Mi stands up nervously and dodges back, glancing worriedly upstairs. Her face turns red as she asks, what are you doing? Didn't we agree not to act like like this? What if our relationship gets discovered? Zhang Yi smiles. I can't help it. You're too captivating. He then produces a heap of ingredients from another space and places them on the table. Yang Li's eyes widen in amazement. Oh my god, how do you have so much stuff? I can't believe my eyes. Food is so abundant even in this apocalyptic winter. It feels a bit too luxurious. Zhang Yi playfully pats Yang Li's hips. No worries. We'll eat like this from now on. After some cooking, Yang Li calls Zhang Yi and Zhou to eat. Zhang Yi looks at the spread before him with great satisfaction, while Yang Li and Zhou each have their own thoughts. Zhou tastes the base and immediately frowns in disdain. Too much salt. How can anyone eat this? Yang Li eats her rice, her head down, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, under such circumstances, it's not easy to get the seasoning right. Zhang Yi watches all this unfold, smiling internally. He's purposely fueling a rivalry between the two women to ultimately benefit himself. He quickly picks up a dish with his chopsticks and feeds it to Zhou Kier. This one is less salty. Feeling pleased, Zhou eats it and immediately starts to act lovey-dovey. Food always tastes better when Brother Yi feeds it to me. Yang Mi, sitting off to the side, watches the pair's performance with a heavy heart. That night, Zhou nervously asks Zhang Yi, who's better, Yang Mi or me? She saw what happened in the kitchen earlier that day. Using his player-like acting skills, Zhang Yi reassures her, don't think too much, baby. You're the one I love the most. Upon hearing this, the innocent Zhou immediately hugs Zhang Yi tightly. I knew it. Brother Yi loves Zhou the most. Zhang Yi thinks to himself, you really are naive. Although he appears passionately devoted to Zhou he's never truly been in love with her. Being with her simply satisfies his basic needs as a man. Love, to him, is just a disease that makes people lose their reason. For the past few days, Zhang Yi has been leisurely practicing shooting at Lark Manor. Suddenly, his phone rings. As he's about to answer, he realizes it's not a voice call, but a regular phone dialing. Considering all electrical grids have been down since the apocalypse, and virtually everyone he knew is gone, he's curious about this unknown number. Even if you're a god, I can't be bothered, he mutters, promptly hanging up and blocking the number. Oddly enough, within 2 minutes, the same number calls again. This time, Zhang Yi is unnerved. What's going on? I blocked this number. How could it call again? Thinking maybe he didn't block it properly, he blocks it again. Right on cue, the phone rings once more. This time, Zhang Yi is genuinely panicked. What the hell is happening? Is this some sort of haunting? Just as he's freaking out, the call answers itself. The voice on the other end starts questioning Zhang Yi. Why aren't you answering my calls? Although Zhang Yi is panicking internally, he tells himself to stay calm. This person on the other end of the phone is no small fry compared to the riffraff he's encountered before. The voice on the other end begins to recite detailed personal information about Zhang Yi, from his birth date and family address to his current residence at Lark Manor, and even his previous workplace. At this point, Zhang Yi can't hold it in any longer. Who are you, and how do you know so much about me? The man on the other end, Fat Bro, chuckles. Don't worry, just give me the supplies you have, and I won't expose your information. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi bursts into laughter. Did you take the wrong medication? You think you can blackmail me for supplies based on this information? Go ahead and expose it. I couldn't care less. Fat Bro continues. What if people find out you have the supplies that went missing from the South City warehouse? What then? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi starts to play dumb. So you say I have them and that makes it true? Who would believe you? Besides, I'm just a small-time supervisor. How could I possibly be connected to the theft at the South City warehouse? Fat Bro calmly replies, don't try to play games with me. I might as well tell you. I'm Lu Fengda from Intelligent Cloud Group. Hearing this name, Zhang Yi freezes. Lu Fengda is a top dog in the domestic information field. The fact that he's caught the attention of someone like Lu Fengda makes it crystal clear that hacking his phone would be child's play for him. Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhang Yi. If this guy can hack into his phone so easily, what about the computer systems at home? Has he hacked into them as well? But then he reassures himself that the probability is low. Like him, Lu Fengda is also trapped in Lark Manor, which would limit him to basic operations like hacking a phone. If he had indeed compromised the computer systems at home, he wouldn't need to call and threaten Zhang Yi over the phone. Thinking quickly, Zhang Yi decides to play it cool with Lu Fengda. Lu Fengda then boldly states, since you can support 2 women, you should have no problem supporting me as well. As long as you provide me with the supplies I need to live, I will keep your secret safe. Additionally, I can help you maintain your cybersecurity to protect against other hackers. Smiling, Zhang Yi responds, Mr. Lu, you must be joking. I did work as a warehouse supervisor for a while, but a minor supervisor like me doesn't have much authority. Lu Fengda immediately fires back, Zhang Yi, don't try to outsmart me. I've been around long enough and seen enough to know that you must have those stolen supplies from the warehouse. I can gather a lot of information information about you through your phone. Fuming internally, Zhang Yi thinks, this damn old man, I must find a way to take him down. Realizing he can't hide the truth anymore, he admits, I do have some supplies, but not many. As you know, my living space is limited. I've already packed and sold the excess supplies. Lu Fengda doesn't care about the amount, he just wants his needs met. If Zhang Yi doesn't agree, he threatens to leak the information and have people with special abilities target him, the consequences of which are obvious. Rubbing his forehead, Zhang Yi realizes he's up against a tough adversary this time. Regardless, he's made up his mind to deal with Lu Fengda once and for all. Verbally agreeing, he says, I can provide you with some supplies, but you have to keep the secret. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengda happily replies, don't worry, I'm not foolish. Only you and I need to know about this. Right now, I need things like food, liquor, cotton socks, and underwear. Have them sent to Villa 302 in Lark Manor, and don't try any tricks. If I'm not pleased, I'll leak the information and you'll be in big trouble. After hanging out, Zhang Yi already has a plan in mind. This Lu Fengda must die. He walks into the living room where Zhou Qi is sitting on the couch. Taking a big gulp of water, he says, Zhou Qi, I have something to discuss with you. As Zhou Qi leans in, Zhang Yi explains that their location has been discovered. He briefly fills her in on Lu Fengda's actions, mentioning how Lu Fengda knows that he has a large amount of supplies and is therefore trying to blackmail him. After hearing everything, Zhou Qi also feels that the situation is complicated. She thinks for a moment and says, I have indeed come across such people. They may not be as cunning as one might think, but they're certainly highly intelligent. Their moral standards, however, are quite low. Otherwise, they couldn't be real businessmen. Zhang Yi is a bit at a loss for what to do. He really wants to kill this guy. However, he was worried that this bastard might have a backup plan, making him hesitant to act. The idea of being continuously blackmailed if he let him live was something Zhang Yi couldn't bear. Zhou Qi nods. If this information leaks, it will definitely pose a threat to you. This makes things tricky. She recalls cases she has heard of where corrupt officials had internet moguls killed to eliminate evidence, only for the evidence to be released online the next day. Zhang Yi has heard similar stories. These desperados always have a contingency plan. They set up a trigger to automatically leak insider information if something happens to them. That's why their opponents hesitate to make a move. Zhou Qi, concerned, throws herself onto Zhang Yi, saying, oh well, if we can't think of a good solution right now, let's not think about it. Let me help you relax. But Zhang Yi is in no mood to think about anything else. As long as this issue is unresolved, he will be uneasy. The longer the issue drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for them. Just then, Yang Mi walks in. Zhang Yi thinks it's the perfect time for everyone to sit down and discuss a strategy. After listening to the whole story, Yang Mi frowns. This is indeed a headache. This is what we call creating rumors is easy, but debunking them is hard. We in the entertainment industry utterly despise such behavior. Suddenly, Zhang Yi becomes excited. You just mentioned rumors, right? Yang Mi looks puzzled. Yes, isn't spreading information about you similar to the unethical media spreading rumors about celebrities? Sitting aside, Zhou Qi dismissively says, at times like this, even if it's a rumor, people will most likely choose to believe Lu Fengda. Zhang Yi, supporting his chin with both hands, thinks quickly. Although Lu Fengda holds information on me, it's not conclusive evidence. But if this information gets out, it will certainly cause me a lot of trouble. Since I can't stop him from releasing the information, why not muddy the waters? Let's treat this situation as if it's a rumor. Zhou Qi and Yang Mi look curiously at Zhang Yi and ask in unison, what are you planning to do? Zhang Yi gives a mysterious smile and turns to make preparations. He heads to the control room and calls Lu Fengda. Is your stuff ready? Zhang Yi...
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Immerse yourself in the world of Clash of Clans with a larger PC screen and mouse controls. First-time players on PC will also receive $7 off your first in-game purchase. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
He asks impatiently, what's the rush? Do you really think I have a lot of supplies? If you didn't have something on me, I'd really want to kill you. On the other end of the phone, Lu Fengda bursts into laughter. You want to kill me? You're too green for that. If something happens to me, your secret will automatically be sent to every person's phone in Heavenly Sea City. You better weigh the consequences. At this moment, Zhang Yi's brain works at top speed, and he comes up with an idea. Fine, you win. Wait there, I'll bring the stuff over. He hangs up the phone, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turns on his computer and posts multiple threads on the few remaining forums in Heavenly Sea City. The Mystery of the Walmart warehouse theft. Did Walmart steal from itself? Was the stock moved back to the country? Where did Walmart's billions of dollars of supplies go? According to eyewitnesses, armed forces appeared that night, highly confidential escort, police are mum on the issue, and various other sensational news. The best way to bury the truth is to bury it among lies. The end result is that nobody can tell what's real and what's not. In this way, even if Lu Fengda tells the actual truth, naturally, no one will believe him. Up to this point, Zhang Yi has employed every means he could think of. Whether it will be successful or not now depends on luck. But one thing is clear, Lu Fengda must die. Following Lu Fengda's instructions, Zhang Yi places the prepared supplies at Lu Fengda's residence. After completing these tasks, he slowly leaves the villa and takes cover behind a pine tree. He aims his sniper rifle at the backpack left at the front door. As soon as Lu Fengda comes out to take the backpack, he plans to shoot him dead. Having set everything up, he sends a text message to Lu Fengda. The stuff is at your door. Then he intently watches the entrance, silently waiting in the shadows for Lu Fengda to appear. However, time passes and there is no movement at Lu Fengda's front door. Zhang Yi senses that something is off. Did the old man not get his message? He reaches for his phone, intending to make a call, but then he hesitates. If he calls or texts again now, it would suggest that he knows Lu Fengda hasn't picked up the package. Doing so would surely make Lu Fengda suspicious that he is nearby. Zhang Yi takes a slow breath. I'll wait a little longer. This old fox wanted supplies from me despite the risks. He will come out. Zhang Yi maintains his position, never taking his eye off the bag, silently waiting for the fish to take the bait. Time ticks away. About 15 minutes later, the door to Villa 302 is slowly pushed open. The barrel of a shotgun appears first, scanning the area for threats. Only then does a small old man cautiously step out. At that moment, Lu Fengda is jubilant, thinking he has finally gotten some supplies, and that his elaborate planning hasn't been in vain. Just as he's about to pick up the backpack, there's a loud gunshot. Lu Fengda's head is pierced by a bullet, creating a large hole. He crashes against the door and falls to the ground, dead. Seeing his shot hit the mark, Zhang Yi quickly rushes over to Villa 302. Upon reaching Lu Fengda, he takes aim at his forehead and fires several more rounds. You old bastard, thinking you can play me? Looks like you've grown tired of living. After that, Zhang Yi locates Lu Fengda's computer. Just as he's about to smash it with his gun, he hesitates. The old man's computer must contain a wealth of valuable information. With a sudden idea, he decides to store the computer in an alternate dimension, effectively preventing any information from being sent out. Sighing deeply, Zhang Yi thinks, well, this is the best I can do. The man's dead. The stuff is taken. If he had family, I'd send them to join him in the afterlife. All this nonsense over with. I'd rather go home and spend time with my two ladies and continue to be an internet troll, creating false narratives online. Even if information leaks out, Zhang Yi is prepared to brazenly lie and frame others. His goal is to clear his own name by any means necessary. Stretching, he leaves the control room. Shou Kir asks with concern, Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with? I've made you a soup with oxtail and kidney. Come have some. Once seated, both women surround him. Are you tired? Let me give you a back massage. They offer. Zhang Yi feels truly content having two women at home, and he hopes this happy life will continue indefinitely. Casually, Zhang Yi asks, did either of you receive any messages on your phones? Shou Kir looks puzzled. A bunch of jumbled messages. I don't know what they mean. Yang Mi also finds the messages to be somewhat confusing and perhaps intentionally misleading. Taking a sip of his fish soup, Zhang Yi says, they are meant to be misleading. I release those as smoke screens. Starting now, hundreds of similar messages will be sent out to every forum in Heavenly Sea City and to everyone's phones. Since he couldn't stop Lu Fengda from sending out the real information, his alternative is to cover up the truth with lies. Shou Kir looks doubtful, but wouldn't this raise more suspicion? Yang Mi also thinks that suddenly blowing up this topic would easily draw people's attention. Eating a fishball, Zhang Yi looks calm as he speaks. Drawing attention is inevitable. Whether or not I send these messages, Lu Fengda certainly would have. So, by sending out these smoke screens, I can at least muddle the waters. Most people don't have the time or interest to discern truth from fiction. They just want to spectate. Yang Mi's eyes light up. She looks at Zhang Yi and says, you're really clever. She gazes at him with admiration, thinking that her judgment was spot on. Zhang Yi is not just handsome, but also intelligent. At that moment, Shou Kir looks at her phone and questions, but these messages were sent from your computer. What if someone tracks the IP address? Won't they find out it's you? She's right. Zhang Yi may have used multiple accounts to send the messages, but his IP address is unique. Certain organizations could easily trace it back to him, making him the prime suspect. Without betraying any emotion, Zhang Yi continues to sip his soup. Shou Kir senses the shift in atmosphere and hastily apologizes, thinking she might be overly concerned. She speculates that not many people left in Heavenly Sea City would have the expertise to counter-investigate. Your approach is still very effective, she quickly adds. Picking up some food with his chopsticks, Zhang Zhang Yi says cryptically, unless this snow disaster plunges the world back into the Stone Age, covering my tracks entirely is nearly impossible. I never harbored illusions about fooling everyone completely, but by doing this, I can at least prevent most people from suspecting me directly. Encountering organizations with strong cyber capabilities is inevitable in the future, and I've been prepared for that. If it weren't for Lu Fengda's appearance, this day would have come much later. However, this shelter cost a whopping $1 billion and is reputedly nuclear strike resistant. Given that Zhang Yi had an endless supply of food, he would only truly worry if confronted by top-tier armed forces. I smiled and glanced at Yang Mi. Don't be too complacent. Even though I'm confident about the shelter's defenses, you won't be idle in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's face turned a shade of red. Her shy eyes seemed to suggest there are others present. It's not appropriate to do such things in front of them. I was utterly speechless, wondering what she was constantly thinking about. But Yang Mi appeared innocent, given that she had been here for quite some time and hadn't really been much of a help in other aspects. I gave her a playful smack on the head and said, "I'm talking about setting traps." Holding her head with a look of innocence, Yang Mi replied, "We don't know how to set traps." I stood up and spread my hands. While this house boasts top-notch defenses, it seems to lack countermeasures against human threats. We are seriously lacking in defensive weapons inside the shelter. So, I plan to lay a tight network of traps around the shelter. If anyone dares to target me, they'll find it a one-way trip. Upon hearing this, both women seemed instantly invigorated. Ever since Yang Mi's arrival, Zhou Qi had also gradually become more
Natasha? Natasha? Is that how you say it? You look, wow. I mean, wow. 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 Well, thanks. It's Old Navy. Wow. What'd you say?
If your overbearing parents became outright murderous one day, what would you do? Parents everywhere have been taken over by an uncontrollable urge to kill their kids, and nothing can change their minds. So I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat your insane parents in Mom and Dad.
Listen up, How to Beaters. In the treacherous land of Raid Shadow Legends, a limited animated series has emerged, known as Raid Call of the Arbiter. Brace yourselves for this brand new animated series and for episode 1, Gaelic, slated to drop on May 18th. But before that epic showdown, arm yourselves with the trailers to get a taste of the impending.
The fact that the animatronics are real and out here hugging everybody. I want to hug. Like, they really stand out and wait for you to come in. Except for Foxy. I don't know what's going on with Foxy. She could look like she... she look like she on hard crack. Nah, but she really hit the cupcake. Shout out to Doggo for the clips. The fact that the animatronics are real and out here hugging everybody. I want to hug. Like, they...
If you're open...
Whether you're a seasoned warrior...
As he goes around the room, the mini-TV suddenly turns to static, and the woman glares at her daughter. Josh then drops his toy when he spots the garage door, and remembers a traumatizing memory. One time, he saw birds pecking at an injured animal and scared them off, so he could rescue the creature. He hid the animal inside of a shoebox, and he kept it in his dad's sports car, and tried to nurse it back to health, but then discovered it died. Before he could react, the garage door opened, and Josh sprinted out to hide. His father entered the garage and is furious to discover the body in his precious car. Eavesdropping from under his bed, Josh overheard his parents arguing about Brent's expensive sports car and the dead animal he left inside. Suddenly, the boy is jolted from his memory by his housekeeper brutally bludgeoning her own daughter in front of him, and this is the beginning of a massacre. Okay, this is terrifying. Given the woman's sudden change of behavior, it is clear that something much bigger is wrong here. Josh was at home with the housekeeper and her daughter the whole time, so he actually has all the information he needs to piece together this puzzle. Josh should have realized the woman did not scream or fight with her daughter before killing her, since they were getting along well just a few minutes ago. This means that the woman was motivated by a spur-of-the-moment fight and a few seconds of anger. It is also clear that she did not plan this, as the housekeeper used the meat tenderizer, the weapon closest to her. She would also have many opportunities opportunities to kill her daughter in the privacy of their own home if she wanted. Committing murder in front of a witness in someone else's house is a terrible idea. This means that something in the room completely altered this woman's perception of reality and made her kill the girl. If I were in Josh's shoes, I would immediately look for the root cause of this. A chemical in the food would be my first suspect, as the woman was preparing a meal just before she snapped. Taking a closer look, this is actually very unlikely. Much like any other groceries, these ingredients are from a regular supermarket and have been in the family's kitchen for some time. The housekeeper has also been cooking with the ingredients all morning, even when the whole family was home, and they've also eaten the food, yet no one else is behaving differently. With all other causes ruled out, Josh should realize that the strange static he saw appear behind the housekeeper is the true culprit. Not only did it cause her to freeze up instantly, it is also the only part of the entire morning that has been out of the ordinary. The audio and video for television programs come through the air in the form of signals such as radio waves. Every house in this neighborhood has satellite dishes on their roofs, which receive these signals, which are then channeled to what plays on TV. In the long term, Josh can tell the police or his older sister what he knows, and they can push for a plan to uncover the source of the killer's static by investigating local or national TV stations. Once there, the priority should be in destroying or disabling the broadcast transmission tower or any equipment that facilitates satellite transmissions. This ensures that the root cause of the housekeeper's madness is stopped and can no longer play on television screens throughout the country. Right now, Josh needs to get away from the housekeeper and his home to find a place not likely to have people who have already watched the broadcast. His best bet will be to find and break into a neighbor's empty house. Since this is a school day, there will be no one home to have seen the static, and he can smash all the screens capable of broadcasting signals and hide out there for the day till the police deal with this matter. The mother Kendall's at a dance aerobics class with other moms. Their creepy instructor checks out his students openly, but the woman's friend doesn't seem to mind. After the class, she has coffee with her blonde friend Jenna, and the woman starts complaining that no matter what they do, they'll look terrible. Everyone's getting older, and Jenna has gotten bitter of her own daughter's youth. That's when the mother realizes she's missing some money, and her friend is certain that Kendall's daughter has been stealing from her, but the woman remains skeptical. At school, Carthy's applying makeup with her friend Riley, the blonde woman's daughter, who starts complaining how her parents never give her enough money to satisfy her needs. Another girl rushes into the restroom and Carthy hands over a wad of cash in exchange for some illegal substances. This is why the girl stole money from her own mom, and that's when an alarm goes off. Something strange is happening, and they walk out of the restroom to follow a crowd of other students. Outside, the mom finds a large group of parents waiting at the gates and calling for their kids to come to them. Some have gotten so eager they have started to climb the fence and have to be subdued by the police. Carthy doesn't see her parents and has no idea what's going on. Even the teachers seem confused. They know that there isn't a good reason why the students need to leave school early and do their best to hold off the adults. Seeing his mom, this boy here breaks free of his teacher and runs towards his mother. He climbs over the fence and the woman drags him off school grounds, but suddenly she pulls out her sharp keys and stabs her son with them. It's horrifying, and the parents start to climb into the school, acting like total animals. The students all run away in a panic, and Carthy splits off from the pack with her friend Jenna, who insists they head for her car. Total chaos has erupted as the parents grab any weapon they can and start to brutally murder their kids. The security guards try to fight them back, but there are too many parents out for blood. The two girls make it to the parking lot, but spot a horde of adults charging straight for them. They close their eyes, bracing for the worst, but Carthy is stunned when the adults run right by her without slowing down. Okay, Carthy survived this time due to pure luck. She will need to be a lot more alert to make it through the nightmare day she has ahead of her. If she had just noticed the many signs around her, she would have seen much earlier that the parents were the real danger and that she should have run for her life. An evacuation of the entire school like this would usually only happen for a routine drill or a serious emergency. Carthy should have realized that this is something else entirely because the students were never informed of a drill for the day, and taking a look around will show her that there are no signs of smoke, collapse, or even panicked students coming from within the school. Looking at the adults at the gates, she should also notice that the teachers and police are not on the same side as the parents. These authority figures are visibly calm and rational, while the parents are acting very out of character by coming to the school in a horde so far before their scheduled pickup time. They are even outright breaking the law by climbing fences and fighting with the police. What's more terrifying is that absolutely none of the parents are able to coherently verbalize why they need their kids to come to them right now. If there's an active bomb scare or other disaster, the parents should find it very easy to say, "Get out now, there's a bomb in the school. The fact that they are just making generic pleas for their kids to come meet them makes it crystal clear that something is wrong with their minds and they cannot be trusted. Now with that said, Carthy should take her friend and run back into the school. The parents don't seem concerned about wanting to storm the place and only want to be reunited with their kids, so no one will pursue them. The building is also huge, and there will be many rooms that they can lock themselves in and barricade with furniture. Since this is a school, it will be full of equipment such as computers and phones that will allow them to call for help or research what is going on. By using a computer in the school staff room or approaching any student to borrow their phone, Carthy can do a quick check on the local news. A collective change of behavior affecting the parents across the region must have compelled them to leave their respective separate offices to come find their kids in the middle of the day. This might be a sign that they've been worked into a mass hysteria by a widely broadcast news story or rumor that has spread like wildfire. If Carthy had thought to check the news, she can quickly assess if this is indeed the case. At the very least, something on this larger scale that so many people have heard of is very likely to be reported, and she can find out more about it. Meanwhile, Carthy's boyfriend Damon gets home from taking his tests and finds his dad passed out drunk on the couch with the TV on. The teen can barely hide his disappointment as he starts to clean up the man's mess. But while he's taking the trash outside, Damon hears what sounds like a dying animal wheezing. He looks around, but can only see the power lines connecting houses and satellite dishes in the roofs. Heading back inside, Damon discovers that his dad is missing from the couch, and the TV has switched to a strange static. Suddenly, the older man emerges from behind Damon and backhands him across the face. The teenager begs the man not to do this, knowing how cruel he can be, but his dad ignores him. He smashes a glass bottle against a table and starts to approach him with the jagged remains in his hands. The man slashes him across the arm, and the teenager runs away, pushing the table at his father. The guy loses his balance and falls over right into the broken bottle. The glass pierces his neck, and the man starts to go into shock. Damon tries to help, but his father won't stop trying his best to hurt his son until finally he bleeds out. That makes one victim down with 8 more to go. Across town, Kendall's in her car and checks her purse again, realizing that her daughter must have stolen her money while she wasn't looking. That's when she recalls meeting an old friend some time ago to ask for a job, only for the man to tell her he no longer has faith in her skills because she's been a full-time mom for so long. The woman breaks down in tears, feeling overwhelmed by responsibility and that she can't trust her own children. Kendall's interrupted by a phone call and finds out her sister is going into labor. Meanwhile, Carthy and Riley make it to the friend's home. The place seems empty, but the girl notices several opened bottles left in the kitchen, and it's clear someone has used the blender very recently. Curious, the friend wanders upstairs while Carthy turns on the TV. She sees a news report that parents are killing their children all over the country. This is terrifying, and the girl realizes that she's in grave danger, where even the ones she trusts may be a threat. Carthy realizes that her friend has gone quiet and goes upstairs to find her. In the bedroom, she sees Jenna strangling her own daughter, and as soon as the woman realizes Carthy's there, she greets her like nothing just happened. That makes 2 victims down with 7 more to go. Okay, oddly enough, Carthy should feel nothing but relieved at what just happened. She has seen firsthand that both the parents at her school and her friend's mother only targeted their own children and ignored everyone else. With these adults all acting irrationally, there is no reason to think that her own parents would be any different. This means that there are only 2 people in the entire country who pose a direct threat to Carthy at the moment: her own mom and dad. Right now, neither of them is nearby, and they in fact have no idea where Carthy is or how to find her. This is a huge opportunity that Carthy should not waste. She should instantly go into survival mode with the sole aim to avoid her parents at all costs until they are cured or dead. The first thing Carthy should do is make sure any tracking apps mom and dad have installed on her phone are dealt with. If she managed to get her phone back before escaping the school, putting it in airplane mode or even smashing it to pieces could work. But a more clever plan would be to give it to a stranger she meets on the street. This will send anyone tracking her on a wild goose chase for hours, buying her more time to escape. Carthy can also take the opportunity to pocket her friend's phone as a replacement. After all, she would likely approve. Knowing the deceased teenager, she would be the first to say, "You can only take my phone over my dead body." Now, if I were Carthy, I would avoid visiting my boyfriend, relatives, or anyone else my parents will know I have ties with. These are the first places they will think of to look for me. This also means that returning home is out of the question, and going back to try and save my little brother is simply too big of a risk to take. This has been happening for hours now, so the boy might already be dead or on the run. Sadly, the odds are way too low that I'll be able to find and save him if I go looking for him. Before leaving her friend's house, Carthy can take a few minutes to quickly gather the supplies she will need to stay on the go for the next couple of weeks. The house is lavish and likely has many valuables laying around, with the only other occupant more concerned concerned about making sure her daughter is dead than what Carthy is doing. Carthy has free reign to take as much as she wants. Bedside tables will be her best bet to find loose cash, and dressers would be the best spots to find jewelry Carthy can sell or use to barter with. If she can find any credit cards, she will also be free to use them up to this rich family's limit before having to resort to cash. Once she has everything she needs, Carthy can head out fully prepared to face a few weeks hiding out in motels around the country if need be. At the hospital, Kendall arrives to find the place in chaos and watches a news report warning of the murderous hysteria parents are going through. That's when the woman's sister calls out to her and they head to the delivery room. Kendall's sister fights through the pain and gives birth to a healthy baby girl. Everyone is overjoyed that things went well, and the child is handed over to the woman. This woman clearly cares about her child and can't stop smiling at her baby and playing with her, but suddenly the monitor screen turns to static. The mother's demeanor changes immediately, and Kendall realizes she's holding onto the baby too tightly. The staff members hold the sister down, and Kendall manages to wrestle the child away from her, but the sister isn't giving up. She gets out of the bed and approaches Kendall, determined to kill the child. After her sister is restrained, the mother takes care of her niece when a doctor comes over and explains they need to take the baby away for protection. No one can figure out what is causing parents to act this way, and this is the best thing they can do. Reluctantly, she hands over the girl and heads home, passing by a group of fathers glaring at their newborn children. Not even babies are safe, and if a cure isn't found, the entire human race could go extinct. Meanwhile, Carthy's running home and trips, falling to the ground. Getting up, she sees a man holding a bloody baseball bat and screams in terror. She rushes to get away, but Damon finds her and calms the girl down, reassuring his girlfriend that the man isn't interested in her. Looking back, they see the guy pick up his man, but doesn't do anything threatening to the couple, and the survivors make a plan to pick up her little brother, then leave together before her parents can get to them. Arriving back at her house, they notice that the housekeeper is in the kitchen, but as they get closer, they see that the woman has been mopping up blood. Terrified, Carthy screams at her to leave and quickly heads upstairs to find her brother. After the woman goes home for the day, the boyfriend sees a news report of a father who recently killed his children. The man being interviewed knows what is happening is terrible, but admits that it still feels good that he murdered his kids. Okay. In the chaos, the staff of the delivery room has totally missed a huge clue. Moments before Kendall's sister started crushing her baby, the killer's static played on the screen showing her vital signs. Unlike television screens which receive radio waves or satellite signals, this vitals monitor likely operates on an internal system where nodes attached to the new mother detect her vitals and transmits the signals directly to the monitor through traditional wiring. This means that blocking TV signals and destroying receptor satellite dishes will not be enough to stop the static from entering people's homes. Whatever is causing the static and this widespread murder can travel through wireless signals to affect televisions, but can also travel through electrical signals like it did in the hospital room. Something even scarier the hospital staff should have noticed is that this killer's static showed signs of human intelligence by waiting till the exact right time before playing in front of the new mom. Active labor typically lasts for between 4 to 8 hours, so it is likely that the poor woman was in the delivery room next to the monitor for many hours before giving birth. She was also behaving like normal and holding her baby lovingly right after it was born. That means that whoever or whatever is behind the static was able to see and understand what the birthing process is and is capable of laying dormant till the baby has been born and the mother had it in her arms before it struck. Even if a cure can never be discovered, there is still hope, as Damon has seen from this interview with a father who has been infected with the killer instinct. Parents affected aren't entirely lost. This man here continues to be self-aware and rational, saying he knows what he feels is terrible, but just can't help feeling that way. It seems like parents only get completely taken over by the killer urges when near their children, and can remain functional members of society otherwise. Even though she's affected by the static at the hospital, Kendall isn't taken over by the urge to find her children right away. In fact, she fought hard against her sister to protect her niece, then stayed at the hospital till the doctor took the baby away. If scientists can't identify the cause and find a cure, these parents can carry on with their jobs and be exposed to more static so long as they are kept away from their children. A structured way society can adapt to all parents being infected is to identify the number and ages of children in each family and pair them with a similar family on the other side of the country. The state can then swap custody of the children between families such that each family raises the other's kids. Pregnant women can be paired up in the same way so they can swap infants at birth, ensuring that all parents continue to raise kids whom they do not feel like killing. The father Brent returns and catches Damon in his house. The man is agitated and goes on a tirade about how kids these days are too promiscuous for his liking. In the bedroom, Carthy finds her brother hiding under his bed, but he's scared to death and doesn't want to come out. His sister tells him that they need to leave without getting spotted and heads downstairs with the kid, but that was her biggest mistake. The boy calls out to his dad and the man is furious. He's determined to kill his children and rushes out. Damon tries to stop problem, but the man throws the teenager to the ground and knocks him unconscious. The siblings run for their life as their father chases them through the house in a murderous rage. Just before he can corner them, the man slips on one of his son's toys and tumbles to the ground hard, knocking himself out cold. Seizing their opportunity, Carthy and Josh lock themselves in the basement. The siblings see a pool table that has been smashed to pieces. This damage was actually done 3 weeks earlier, when their parents first expressed the resentment they have towards Carthy and Josh. That day, Brent buys a pool table and assembles it by hand. When his wife sees it, she's not pleased and thinks he's having a midlife crisis. The man clarifies that he's building it for them so the adults can have their own space in the basement away from the clutter their children create. Just speaking about this causes Brent to lose his temper, and the man becomes more and more unhinged. He picks up a sledgehammer and smashes the pool table to bits. This is terrifying, as it becomes clear that the man was already full of rage at his kids, and at his breaking point long before parents all over the country started going crazy. He rants that the carefree teenager he once was would have been utterly disappointed at the boring dad he grew up to be. Surprisingly, Kendall isn't scared off by his antics. She actually empathizes with him, sharing that she once had big dreams in life and in her career too. The woman reflects that even though they had always planned to start a family and have children, it did not turn out how she had expected at all. She never intended for parenthood to completely take over her life this way. The couple sit helplessly, ready to accept the fact that they will never be anything other than mom and dad again. Meanwhile, Kendall races back home as a broadcast on the radio warns parents not to go home to their children, but the mother doesn't care. She refuses to turn around and enters her house to find her husband lying unconscious in the kitchen. The woman wakes him up and they plot to work together to flush their kids out of the basement. Approaching the door, she asks them to unlock it, but Carthy refuses to let them in. That makes their father furious, and he pounds on the door, demanding the kids open up. Okay, Carthy and Josh just made a huge mistake. Even before going into the basement, they saw that Brent had knocked himself unconscious and that their mother isn't anywhere in the house. Cornering themselves by locking themselves in the basement is the absolute worst thing they could have done. To add to this dumb mistake, they don't form any sort of escape plan and spend the entire time sitting by the door and crying. While it is understandable to be hurt that their parents are trying to kill them, Carthy should at least be thinking of ways to actively protect her little brother from them. Sitting and doing nothing in the basement gives their father time to regain consciousness and their mother time to get home, leaving them trapped with both adults back to full strength. Instead of hiding and shutting down, Carthy should have used a frying pan from the kitchen or one of these lamps to hit her dad in the head while he's laying on the ground to make sure he's knocked out. After that, they can take what they need and get out of the house. This means leaving Damon behind, but since he's not Brent's son, he is in no danger. Carthy would still have his phone number and will be able to call him several hours later to check if he has regained consciousness and make plans to meet back up. If they want to try and cure the man, the siblings can tie up their father's hands and legs with clothes or wires they find around the house to make sure he won't pose a threat even when he wakes up. Then, they can wait for him to wake up so they can try to reason with him. The priority here will be to find out what his thought process is in wanting to kill his kids, and if the underlying belief causing these thoughts can be eliminated. In the animal kingdom, mother pigs sometimes kill their children in a behavior called savaging. Research has shown that savaging occurs differently in separate populations of pigs and is affected by several factors within their environment. A study conducted by a Canadian university discovered that savaging occurs more frequently when the pigs are exposed to disruptive sounds, but reduced when they are exposed to constant light. This shows that external factors that can be controlled can be used to reduce this kind of behavior. While Brent is in a crazed state and may not be able to pinpoint the cause of his murderous intent, Carthy can still look out for clues about factors that bother him or calm him down. If her father is motivated by the same factors as the savaging pigs, he may complain about loud noises but seem calmer when allowed to rest in a bright room for some time. This kind of study which Carthy can try will be key reversing the effects of this day, as it will tell us what environmental factors we can use to recondition the parents not to attack their children. Kendall realizes that her kids aren't going to open the basement door and has an idea. She gets an electric saw and starts to cut through the wood around the lock. With no other choice, Josh takes out the gun he stole from his father earlier and shoots through the door. The bullet hits his mother in the arm while she's hurt. This only seems to make her angrier. The woman scolds her husband for even having a gun in the house and being careless enough to use Josh's birthday as the code to the lock. The adults go to the bathroom where Brent pours alcohol on his wife's wound and bandages her up. Carthy and her brother can hear the mom screaming in pain from the basement. The boy is scared, but Carthy reassures them that she's going to help them get out of this. Upstairs, Kendall is all bandaged up and hatches a new plan with her husband. They push aside their stove and unplug the gas line. Then, using a garden hose they took from the backyard, the pair tape it to the gas valve. Kendall takes the other end of the hose and goes back to the yard. She She notices a foul smell coming from the trash bins and sees that the housekeeper has thrown her daughter's body inside, carrying on her mission. The woman loosens the screen on the basement window and puts the end of the hose inside. She then seals the hole with duct tape before piling dirt over the window and packing it firmly so the opening becomes airtight. Brent turns on the gas from the kitchen, intending to kill his children by flooding the basement with gas. Downstairs, Carly and Josh notice that their parents have gone quiet for some time. Creeping up to the door, the girl sees their mom sealing the holes in the wood with duct tape. Carly pokes at the tape with her finger, but recoils quickly when her mother tries to stab her through the door. With no other choice, she takes her brother and retreats back down into the basement. That night, Josh has gotten weaker and starts to cough. Carly reassures her brother again, insisting things will be okay, and looks around for a way to save them. Going deeper into the basement, she spots large ventilation shafts running below the ceiling and an air vent in the back corner. The teen removes the grating and sees that there's a large crawl space behind it. Coming back out of the back room, Carly also finds a box of matches and some duct tape, but time is running out. Upstairs, the adults hear coughing and get excited. They know that their kids are feeling the full effects of the gas and decide that this is their time to strike. Okay, these kids are complete morons. This basement is likely full of useful tools, including the sledgehammer their father used to smash up the pool table they can see in front of them. Instead of giving their parents so much time to come up with an elaborate plan to kill them with gas, they should have been looking to break out of the basement the moment they first locked themselves in. This window already has a loose screen and is big enough for them to crawl through. They could have broken through it with a sledgehammer from the start and ran to safety while their parents were still trying to break down the basement door. Even now, it is only blocked by 2 feet of dirt that can be knocked away with minimal force. If the window is somehow too small for the tiny boy to fit through, they can still easily get rid of the hose. Carly here should know that the end of a garden hose does not have grooves that match perfectly with the grooves of a gas valve. Hence, she should have realized that her parents have come up with a flimsy and makeshift method of attaching the hose to the valve. With this in mind, she can pull the end of the hose sticking into the basement until the whole thing comes loose from the gas valve. By pulling the entire hose into the basement, she takes away mom and dad's option to try their plan again. If she's lucky and her parents don't hear the hose getting detached, the main house might even start filling with gas and suffocate the adults while they wait at the basement door. Another plan Carly can try is to knock the dirt out the window away and push the end of the hose out and stop the room from filling with deadly gas. The siblings can hear their parents right on the other side of the basement door, so they know that no one is watching the hose. Once they do this, they can pretend to go into fits of intense coughing before falling silent. This will trick the adults into believing they are dead. Feeling emboldened, the parents will come in to check on their handiwork. If Josh plays dead near the stairs, Carly can hide in a dark corner with the gun and shoot them both in the head in a surprise ambush when they go to check on Josh. It will not be pleasant to kill her own parents, but if her parents cannot be cured, then making sure they are dead is the only way Carly can ensure safety for her and her brother. Even if the siblings are not in the mood for violence, both of them simply playing dead might work too. Carly has seen that other parents tend to leave and go about their business after believing their kids have been killed. Her and Josh can escape the house once their parents leave after seeing them dead. Coming up with a clever idea, Carly tears apart the matchbox and starts to build something. She takes the ignition strip lining and tapes it to the floor just below the door. The teenager also tapes a row of matches to the bottom of the door and makes sure their heads touch the red phosphorus of the ignition strip. With her trap set, Carly takes her brother to the back of the basement and tells him to climb into the ventilation shaft. Venturing further into the vents, the siblings make their way out of the basement and into the second story of the house. Meanwhile, their father saws away the lock on the door and their mother arms herself with a meat tenderizer. They think their plan has worked and Brent gives his wife a sinister smile as he yanks the door open. The friction sets off the matches, and all the gas that has been pooling in the basement catches fire. It creates a massive fireball that erupts out of the basement, throwing Brent across the room and knocking Kendall to the ground. Recovering from the blast, the woman realizes her husband is still unconscious and heads out to hunt down her children. That's when Carly sneaks out of the ducts upstairs, telling her brother to remain hidden, but her mother spots her immediately. The woman chases her, and Carly makes it into her parents' bedroom just in time and locks the woman out. And the girl hides behind a dresser, sobbing to herself as her mother slams her body against the door trying to break in. With a large crash, the now crazed woman breaks through the door and attacks her daughter with a tenderizer. She grabs onto the girl, but Carly bites her in the arm and manages to get away. That's when Damon runs upstairs and rushes to help his girlfriend. Entering a bedroom, they try to lock the woman in a closet and trap her inside, but it doesn't work for long. The woman fights back, stabbing Damon with a wire hanger, and breaks out. The teenager recovers, but then Kendall attacks him, throwing him off the landing, and he lands on the floor, knocked out from the impact. The kids go downstairs to check on him and are horrified to see their dad approach them with the power saw. He's still alive, but burnt and out for blood. The parents corner their children in the kitchen, and Carly begs them to stop, apologizing for all the attitude she has given them in the past. It doesn't work, and the adults walk towards them as Carly covers her brother's eyes, ready to accept their fate. Suddenly, they're saved at the last moment by the doorbell ring. It's the grandparents coming for the dinner they had planned before all this started, and Brent opens the door to greet his parents, but is immediately maced by his mother. The grandfather pulls out a small knife and stabs Brent repeatedly. These seniors have gone crazy and have clearly come to kill their son. Okay, Carly's fireball trap is genius. Even though she missed a lot of obvious ways she and Josh could have escaped the basement, the trap ensured that her parents would be blasted back after her and Josh were far out of harm's way. She seems to be willing to kill her parents now, since her trap could easily have been lethal. If this is her mindset, there are actually a lot of more effective and deadly ways she could have used the matches. Carly should have searched the basement for common flammable liquids such as paint thinner. This gap under the basement door is more than large enough to allow liquids to flow through. If I were Carly, I would slowly pour the paint thinner under the door and allow it to flow to the other side. I would know that there's a thick carpet right on the other end, which will absorb a large amount of the flammable liquid quickly. I would also leave a trailer of thinner on my end of the door to form an ignition trail. Next, I would use the duct tape to paste a matchstick upright at the very end of this trail. When I could hear my parents on the other end of the door, I would light this match. This gives us a few seconds to run and hide in the vents before the flames burn down the match and ignites the thinner on the floor. The fire would follow the trail of liquid under the door and set the entire carpet outside and anyone standing on it ablaze, burning them all to ashes. Carly's grandparents visiting is also a huge opportunity. They may not have come with gifts, but they can offer something far more valuable: assistance to kill her father. With Carly and the news reports she has seen, all having zero leads on a cure of the madness, her parents are almost certainly a lost cause. There is no reason for Carly and her brother to want to spare mom and dad any longer, and killing them would be their best bet for their own safety. If I were Carly, I would not only give my grandpa all the help he needs to kill my dad, I would also try to find a way to turn these angry seniors against my mom. We have no clue how this brainwashing works, and if it's only limited to the urge to kill biological children, I would try to remind my grandparents that by marrying into the family, my mom has become exactly like a daughter to them. It is a long shot, but if we can cause something in the grandparents' brains to switch and genuinely think of Kendall as their own daughter, they would turn on her and help us take her out too. Josh begs his grandfather not to kill his dad, but Brent reacts in anger and charges at the boy. The kid runs away as he's chased by his father, while his grandpa follows after the man, intent on stabbing Brent to death. The three of them run into the garage, and Josh hides inside his dad's sports car. The man tries to crawl in through the open window, but can't get in all the way. That's when the grandfather comes up from behind him and brutally stabs him in the legs. Josh quickly runs away and leaves the two men struggling inside the car. In the kitchen, Kendall begs her mother-in-law not to hurt her husband, but the old woman isn't moved, mocking Kendall for never being good enough for her son. Furious, she maces her, then knocks the old woman away before turning her attention back to Carly. She chases the teen onto the front lawn and is about to bash her head in when the old woman grabs her from behind. Kendall pushes the grandmother into the driveway. At the same time, Brent can't get his father off him and starts the car in desperation. He steps on the gas and backs away, running down the garage door. The car spins out of control and crashes into Brent's mother, throwing her over the sunroof as Brent watches in disbelief. The car ends up crashing into a neighbor's vehicle, and the impact throws the grandpa onto the hood, where the old man cracks his skull open. That makes 4 victims down, with 5 survivors left. With her husband knocked out in the crash and both her in-laws dead, Kendall tries to attack Carly again. Suddenly, Damon returns and knocks the woman out with a shovel to her face. The next day, the parents wake up to find they've been restrained in the wreckage of their home's basement. Seeing their children, they greet them kindly and assure their kids they have changed. Sensing something is still wrong, Carly refuses. Hearing that he will not be getting his way, Brent starts to yell and struggle violently, but the wires tying his hands hold strong. Upset at seeing his parents like this, Josh starts to cry. He tells them both that he loves them, and Carly says she does too, tearing up herself. The parents look on at their heartbroken children and affirm that they do love them very much. Then, Brent repeats that he does care about his kids, then starts to seethe and tremble with anger as he yells they drive him to extremes sometimes, teaching them an important lesson that being a parent sucks. But what do you think? How would you beat mom and dad? Let me know with a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos like this. And don't forget that from now on, we'll be uploading on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Until next time, have a damn good day.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your vision, to bringing your projects to life.
If you were locked in a room and forced to take an impossible test that could cost you your life, what would you do? This movie has so many twisted mind games and will have to destroy everyone else if we want to win. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the impossible test in The Exam. Nothing in this room is what it seems. These 8 people are competing for the job of a lifetime, but they have no idea what they're getting themselves into. As they all find their seats, a man suddenly walks into the room. He introduces himself as the invigilator overseeing the test they're about to take, and warns them to carefully listen to every word he says. They'll get the job they're applying for if they pass this test, but they must obey 4 simple rules. First, the exam only has 1 question, and they must provide a single answer. Second, they will be disqualified if they talk to the invigilator or the guard. Third, they can't leave the room for any reason. And finally, they are not allowed to ruin their own papers under any circumstances. With the rules established, the man asks if any of them have a question, but no one says anything. He turns on this countdown timer on the wall and tells them they have 80 minutes to complete the test to determine the next 80 years of their lives. The exam has officially begun, and the man walks out, leaving the applicants alone in the room. Inspecting their papers, they turn them over and are surprised to discover it's completely blank. The only text on the page is the number of each candidate, and the group is confused. Nobody has any idea how to pass this exam, and the applicants look around nervously for answers. Tired of waiting, this woman decides to take a risk and picks up her pencil. She starts writing an essay on the back of her paper, but this was her biggest mistake. Suddenly, the guard grabs her by the shoulder and pulls the woman out of her seat. In tears, she begs to have a second chance and gets thrown out of the room, making that 1 down with 7 more to go. Okay, this job application is sketchy as hell. The woman was eliminated just for writing on her paper, and that seems crazy until you realize that everything in this room is a mind game. The man told them that if they ruin their own papers under any circumstances, then they will be disqualified, and that's exactly what she did. Now, this might have been a good decision if it was a normal job application, but the problem with her logic is that she didn't take in her surroundings to consider that normal is not going to work in this situation. First of all, this room has security cameras in the corners of the ceiling, and this thing in the wall looks like a 2-way mirror, so both of these tell us we're being watched. That means our actions are just as important as anything else. Secondly, this security guard walked into the room before they were told the rules. But the strange thing is that he has a gun in his holster. It's not unusual to have security guards in corporate office buildings, but there should be no reason to consider this room a security risk, and it's a sign that this situation has a high chance of turning violent. Now, the most important sign about this test was also the easiest thing to miss. Before this man left the room, he told us that we have 80 minutes to determine the next 80 years of our lives. But the strange thing is, everyone in this room is in their 30s or older. You might argue that the man was just being expressive with his language, but look at him. There's nothing expressive about this guy. He introduced himself as an invigilator, which is the technical term for someone who supervises tests. It's such specific and intentional language that there's no way he didn't realize the meaning of his words. He literally suggested that this job will affect them when they're all 110 years old, which is terrifying. Something very strange is going on here, and it's a disturbing sign of what's to come next. But there's one thing these contestants could have done, which would have gotten them paid much more easily. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America. It's free, and it makes it so easy for you to save on things that you're already buying. The men will be referred to by their skin tone, black, white, and brown. The only exception being the last guy, who they'll call Deaf, because he hasn't been paying attention. This guy is an asshole for suggesting these nicknames, but the movie and everyone else decides to go along with it. With everyone accepting the nicknames, the brunette suggests that the question on the exam might be invisible to the naked eye, but she has an idea. Walking over to a light on the wall, she holds up her test paper to see if there's something hidden, but nothing is revealed. The group is disappointed, but that's when Mr. Black points out that there's a spectrum of both visible and invisible light. If this room has the right equipment, it might reveal any hidden messages, and the group looks around for clues. Suddenly, the blonde notices something strange about the wall and inspects this opening, discovering that more light bulbs are hidden inside. Mr. Black realizes the bulbs are emergency lights, but nobody can find the light switch, so the group decides to go for broke. Mr. White here starts breaking all the bulbs with the help of the others, and they plunge the room into darkness. Suddenly, the room is illuminated by ultraviolet black light, confirming that their plan worked. Okay, their theory was correct, but this was still a terrible idea. If this strategy was wrong, then they wouldn't have any light to complete their tests. The risks here are just unacceptable, and that's why I would never have done this. Now, I'm not against damaging company property, but when you have no idea what actions might get you eliminated, then the smartest thing you can do is come up with suggestions and make the others take on all the risks. Mr. White here should never have smashed these lights himself, and if I were him, I would have someone else do the work just in case it gets us disqualified. Tricking others into getting eliminated might actually be easier than answering the question, and if we can do this until we're the last one standing, we might win the job by default. Another way I would try to do this is by suggesting that we request for the lights to be turned off. As long as it's not directed at the guard, people might forget that they aren't allowed to speak to the invigilator and they'll get disqualified for asking the question. As for the lights, instead of smashing all of them and darkening the room, it would have been much smarter to break one of the ultraviolet bulbs and hold up a large piece of glass against the wall light. The ultraviolet light is created by the glass, not the actual light source, so by holding it against the wall here, it will filter the wavelengths and expose any hidden messages on the paper. This strategy removes the risk of taking the test in complete darkness, and we'll be able to continue looking for clues. Now, everything that they've tested so far has been allowed, except for this girl who wrote on her paper. It's the only thing they've confirmed will get you disqualified, but that's a huge clue that tells us how to outsmart this twisted mind game. They've realized that whatever they're allowed to do is based on the exact wording of what the invigilator told them, but the longer they continue, the easier it will be for them to forget what he said. If it were me, I would gather the group and write down the surface of this desk word for word exactly what we remember him saying. This is going to be the most useful clue we have to figure out what we should be doing and how we should be thinking about this test. It's very possible that this man said something that will only seem important once we're further into the competition. With more information and more clues at our disposal, we won't have to resort to breaking office equipment until we're fired. Excited, the group tries to use the black light to reveal a hidden message, but once again, they find nothing. Mr. White here thinks they've just wasted their time, but that's when the dark-haired woman notices that the top halves of the light strips aren't lit. Holding up a chair, this man cracks one of the bulbs and carefully picks up a shard of glass, discovering there's an extra set of infrared lights in the walls. These might be their next clue, and the women use their heels to carefully break the rest of them, darkening the room. Suddenly, the infrared lights turn on, and the group holds their papers to the bulbs again, but there's no sign of a hidden message. They've only got 60 minutes left, but that's when Mr. White comes out with a clever plan. Walking over to the disqualified woman's desk, he picks up her test and reminds everyone that if they ruin their own paper, they'll be disqualified. But the rules say nothing about using someone else's. Grabbing a pencil, he scribbles end to end across the page, but it reveals absolutely nothing. It's another failed solution, but Mr. White here has one last crazy idea. Folding the paper in half, he rips it into separate squares and gives 2 pieces to the others. Telling them to get it wet by any means necessary, he walks away to the other end of the room and urinates all over his sheet. After he zips up his pants, the man examines the page to see if anything's been revealed, but there's still no hidden text. It's frustrating, but that's when they hear this guy muttering to himself at his desk. Turning to listen, they all begin to realize that he's speaking French, and the dark-haired woman figures out he's asking them if they can see it. It doesn't make any sense, and the group thinks he's lost his mind, but that's when Mr. Brown suddenly notices a strange coincidence. Speaking up, he points out how diverse this group of people is and thinks there must be a hidden reason for this. The others don't understand why that would be relevant, but the man explains that the company's board of directors are probably betting on them and that everyone in this room is a player in a game. Okay, this changes everything. Up until now, these applicants think this is just an exam, but it's possible that there's a lot more at stake than a job. If this whole scenario was set up for businessmen to gamble on us, then it's starting to sound like this could turn into a death game under the right circumstances. Things could get ugly really fast, and if resorting to violence becomes an option for us, then this explains why having an armed guard in the room would even be necessary. Once we have good reason to believe that this test is not what we think it is, we need to completely adapt their strategies and act on them before anyone else figures out the implications here. As soon as someone like Mr. White realizes that the dynamic of this room has changed, he's going to consider hurting others to get ahead, and that means we need to take out the most threatening players as soon as possible. First, let's break down who we should consider a valuable resource and who we should consider a threat. Right now, Mr. Black has had the best ideas, the brunette has been the most willing to explore them, and Mr. White has been the most willing to manipulate others. Between these three players, this guy is the most dangerous person in the room, and we should try to get him eliminated by any means necessary before this hits the fan. If it were me, I would open the door and call everyone to look at a clue I found on the outside wall. Mr. White is extremely competitive, which means he'll be curious enough to investigate the claim. And when he steps in front of the doorway, I'd push him out, forcing him to get disqualified. It's definitely a risk, but this strategy doesn't explicitly contradict any rules that we've heard from the Invigilator, so it's worth a try. Now, the others might think it's unfair, but by explaining that Mr. White was working against the entire group's interests, they'll be more likely to accept the decision and continue looking for answers to the exam question without him. Walking up to the wall at the end of the room, Mr. Brown suggests that board members are watching them on the other side of this glass, but the dark-haired woman insists he's wrong. If anyone is watching, it's the CEO himself. From what she knows, the man supervises everything in his company, and since this is no ordinary job application, it must be important to him. Mr. Brown asks how she knows so much about the company, but the woman is surprised they don't already have this information. She tells everyone that the CEO is a famous scientist who created medicine for a virus that saved thousands of lives. And for the first time, the group realizes they're competing for a position at a company called Biorg. That's when the brunette suddenly has an idea. Walking up to the guard, she searches his pockets and discovers a metal lighter inside. Her instincts were correct, and this might lead them to their next clue. Examining the bulbs along the wall, Mr. Black suggests these might actually be safe lights used for developing photos, and they're all inside a giant dark room. If their exam sheets are printed on photographic paper, then that means there might be a hidden image that could be developed with the right chemicals. The brunette moves a desk below the smoke detector and stands on the table, using the guard's lighter to spark a flame. She raises the fire up to the sprinkler in the ceiling, but nothing happens. Her idea isn't working, but Mr. White decides to step in and help. Secretly taking her exam sheet, he walks over to the disqualified woman's desk and rolls it into a tube before handing the brunette her own paper. She sets it on fire and holds the flames up to the ceiling until the sprinkler finally goes off.
Consciously crafted organic yogurt. Olympic Organic. Where a little care makes a lot of good.
The Marks 3-day pre-Black Friday event on now.
Soaking everyone's test sheets. They all wait for a hidden image to be revealed, but the group can't see anything. Testing the liquid, Mr. Black takes a droplet from the page and tastes it only to realize that it's just water. Another idea has failed, but that's when the brunette notices her exam sheet is missing. Turning around, she sees Mr. White smirking at her and realizes she's just been played. Unrolling the burned paper, the woman finds out that she accidentally broke the rules and has ruined her own test. The guard drags the brunette to the doorway and throws her outside, making that 2 down and 6 more to go. Okay, that was cold-blooded as hell, but Mr. White here made a genius play. This woman was so caught up in searching for clues that she completely put herself at risk by letting her guard down and burned her own paper in the process. This is why you should never test the ideas yourself, because if there's a consequence for what happens, it's less likely to fall on you. Now, with so many failed ideas, it might be better to start looking at the situation from another perspective, and the one thing all these failures have in common is the test paper. If the company went out of their way to install 3 completely separate types of light sources only for it to lead nowhere, then there's a very high chance that anything else we find is just going to be a red herring. Continuing to play this way will only lead to more mind tricks and will eventually run out of time. I would propose that the answer we're looking for has nothing to do with the exam papers because there's actually another revelation here that they're not focusing on, and that is the selection of applicants in this room. As this man mentioned earlier, these people are so different from each other in race, gender, and background that it can't be a coincidence. It's the statistical improbability that the candidates would be so diverse, and if these qualities factor into the selection process, then we need to take them into account. This could mean that the competition we're in, it's an experiment. Whoever's observing our actions has a vested interest and might be using us to test a theory. Now, if this sounds like a stretch in logic, don't forget that before the invigilator left, he told everyone that these 80 minutes will determine the next 80 years of our lives, and that can't be an accident. When you put these clues together, it gives us strong evidence that we might be competing to become a test subject and not an employee. Nothing in this test has been about their qualifications, and that should have been a red flag from the very beginning. If passing this exam just means we get to be someone's guinea pig, then I'd rather let someone else have the honor and walk out of this room. With 36 minutes left on the clock, this man has had enough of Mr. White's games and threatens to punch his lights out, when suddenly the room goes completely dark. Mr. Brown here realizes that the lights are voice activated and says lights up, illuminating the room instantly. Hearing someone crying, the men turn around and realize it's Mr. Death. He's reached his breaking point and can't handle the pressure of this exam. Kneeling in front of them, Mr. White here tells the man he should quit the competition and encourages him to rip up his paper. To everyone's surprise, the man obeys, stuffing the page into his mouth and gets himself eliminated. The guard drags him out of his chair, and as he's taken to the doorway, his glasses fall onto the floor. He begs the guard to let him stay, but he's thrown out of the room, making that 3 down and only 5 more to go. This man calls out Mr. White for playing dirty tricks, but he argues they should thank him for getting rid of the competition. Mr. Black threatens that nobody in this room will help him anymore, but the man reveals he doesn't need any because he's already figured out the question. Mr. Brown here asks him to reveal what it is, but the dark-haired woman is sure he'll never tell them. He's shown all the signs of being a textbook narcissist and admits that she knows this because she's a professional psychologist. Offended by her accusation, the man starts flinging insults at her, but Mr. Black here has had enough and knocks him out in a single punch. The blonde suggests they might need the guy's help later, and the man argues that he was a threat and needed to be taken out. Noticing the group's disapproval, he lifts the unconscious applicant into a chair and binds the guy's wrists with his necktie, but this one mistake is going to cost him everything. Okay, Mr. White here overplayed his hand. Tricking people into getting eliminated is a great strategy, but he didn't do it with enough tact. The man turned himself into the obvious villain of the group and was openly stirring chaos. It would have been much smarter to act like a team member on the surface while secretly stabbing people in the back. For example, he didn't have to admit that he handed the girl her own paper and that it could have just been an accident. Even if nobody believes him, maintaining plausible deniability is the only way to keep the strategy working, or else everyone will turn on you instead. That's exactly what happened here, and he should have seen it coming. But Mr. White is a complete distraction from a huge clue that everyone has completely forgotten about. The Frenchman who just got eliminated was not much of a competitor, and that actually makes him the most interesting applicant of them all. He couldn't speak English, he wasn't participating, and he had a mental breakdown just taking an exam. This man was completely unacceptable for a job anywhere, let alone a Fortune 500 company, so it's extremely suspicious that he would even be accepted as a candidate. All of these suggest that he might have been an insider from the company and could have been faking his involvement to collect data for the experiment. Now, it might seem counterintuitive to have a researcher in the room because it ruins the integrity of the results, but that depends on what you're trying to accomplish, and there are historical cases to back this theory up. In the 1970s, the Rosenhan experiment was conducted to test if diagnosing mental disorders was bullshit or not. A group of 8 researchers were able to get themselves admitted into 12 different asylums by pretending to suffer from mental illnesses, and it proved that the hospital's diagnosing process was flawed. The psychiatrists couldn't tell the difference between a real mental illness or a fake one, so in other words, they saw what they wanted to see. The reason this is relevant is because in this room, we can only find our answers by looking for information and hoping it's a clue. If we don't know what we're looking for, then anything could be possible. So the best way to deal with this problem is to start with what we know for certain and reverse engineer it. If we know that we're all here to compete for a high position job, then this man sticks out like a sore thumb, and it becomes pretty clear he could be a researcher.
Or security conscious. They both eagerly nodded, competing to assure, whatever it takes to keep you safe, we will do it. Yang Mi added, I might not understand traps, but I'll do my best. Nodding, I stood.
Hello, I'm Derek with PNY. In this video, we're going to be showcasing the power of the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060 8GB and GeForce RTX 4060 Ti in 8 and 16GB capacities. More specifically, we're going to be looking at their specs, key NVIDIA technologies, and how they perform playing Diablo 4. Let's go ahead and jump right into the specifications.
Ever since the first installment of the Grand Theft Auto franchise, the series has been surrounded in controversy due to its realistic depiction of violence, crime, and gore. All of these games are built at their core with criminality in mind, allowing Rockstar to create unique and gritty stories about the many moving parts of the criminal underworld. Most of these games will have you follow the life of a criminal with little to no freedom from that premise. The only slight exception to this being the game GTA Online, where you have the freedom to choose who you are and what you want to do. Of course, much like the other games, 99% of everything you can do in this game is completely against the law. But what if we tried everything in our power to thrive and survive in GTA Online without ever committing a single crime? If this sounds stupid to you, believe me, you don't even know the half of it. So before we get into this, I'm going to lay down some ground rules. Obviously, I'm not allowed to commit a single crime. No running red lights, no stealing vehicles, no theft, etc. I'll also be doing my absolute best not to kill anyone, even in situations where it could be considered self-defense. As the fictional city of Los Santos is based on the real-life city of Los Angeles, I'll be trying my best to abide by California's laws. And for the final rule, I'll be doing this challenge completely solo. No one will be allowed to help me make money. My end goal for this video is just to reach $1 million. However, if you guys enjoy this, I wouldn't mind making a part 2. Now that all of that is out of the way, let's start our journey to be a goody two-shoes in a world filled with toxicity and explosions. The first thing on our to-do list is to create our character. I decided to give him some pretty basic brown hair, some freckles, and some baby blues. And after spending an embarrassingly long time thinking of a name for this guy, I eventually decided to go with Nigel. After pressing accept and taking his mugshot, it just then dawned on me that I have literally no plan as to how I'm going to be doing this. But alas, I was now locked in and ready to face whatever this challenge would throw at me. I chose to go through with the tutorial, and after watching this shockingly outdated introduction, Nigel finally arrives in the City of Saints. After getting off the plane, we are greeted by a suspicious individual known as Lamar, and after a bit of chit-chat, we enter his car. Not even 10 seconds off the plane and we almost immediately fail this challenge, as Lamar gives us a loaded and untraceable firearm.
Untraceable.
California is known for having some of the most restricted gun laws in the US. You are generally prohibited from openly carrying any kind of loaded firearm. As this is a cutscene, however, I obviously can't do much about it, but don't worry, I'll be sure to hand this weapon in to the proper authorities the first chance I get. In the meantime, Lamar drives us around Los Santos, whilst telling us about some pretty shady jobs that we can do to make some money, which we obviously won't be doing. After a couple of minutes, Lamar parks his car and then challenges us to a race, which unfortunately, as we are still locked into the tutorial, we have no choice but to participate in it. As soon as the race starts, I try my best to obey all traffic laws. However, as I'm from England, where we drive on the left side of the road, I found this surprisingly difficult. As I waited at red lights and gave way to pedestrians, everyone else sped past me, and to the surprise of no one, I lost. As soon as the race timer ended, for whatever reason, my car went into auto drive mode and started to drive recklessly, as I clearly wasn't in control and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I'm not counting this as a fail on the challenge. After the race, Lamar forces us to do a job for him, but he doesn't give us many details as to what it entails. Since we're still in the tutorial, we have no choice but to comply. After the cutscene ends, I realise that I've been put in a car with another player, and he's the one behind the wheel. Panicking, I quickly jump out as I don't want to be associated with this maniac. I then quit the job through my phone. And of course, in typical GTA fashion, I get stuck in an infinite loading screen and have to restart my game. Once I get back in, the same job starts up, but thankfully this time I'm by myself. As I'm about to drive off, I stop and think of something. Is this vehicle actually insured in my name? And is it road legal? Without wanting to take the risk, I decided to walk to the mission objective instead, which took a hell of a lot longer than I thought it would. When I arrived there, I walked up to these kind gentlemen and politely told them that I was here to pick something up, to which they responded,
Get the fuck out of here, bitch! It's our hood!
Stop, Paul. Where you gonna go?
Luckily, dying isn't a crime in California, but engaging in combat with a whole gang of armed men and stealing their illegal substances definitely is. As this clearly wasn't in the job description, I quickly quit the job, but to my dismay, I was once again forced into starting the job. I had no way to pass this mission without doing something illegal, and therefore it was impossible to progress. This run was over before it even truly started, and the only way to get past this was to skip the whole tutorial altogether. And that's exactly what I did. I deleted the old Nigel and made a new Nigel, but this time I skipped the tutorial. And finally, after wasting over an hour, I was in free mode. The first thing I saw when I spawned in was two players ramming into each other with their cars. As to not get involved with these unlawful individuals, I left and made myself a private session. This is where the real journey begins. I have no money, no cars, no house, just a clothes on my back and a strong moral compass by my side. I was ready to take this illegitimate world on. The first thing I did was hand in this illegal firearm over to the cops. Once that was done, I then brainstormed some ways to get myself some easy and clean money. My first thought was to head to the shooting range, as it was relatively close by and just because I needed a legal way to blow off some steam. After playing for a few minutes, I decided to call it quits to check how much money I made so far, and I'm happy to report that I made absolutely nothing. The only thing I got was a measly 10 RP. At this point, I was starting to question if this challenge was even possible, and if I was just wasting my time. However, still hanging on to what little hope I had, I thought that a game of tennis would surely give me a little bit of money at least. After walking all the way to the nearest tennis court, I quickly came to realise that I wasn't even a high enough level to play tennis. I thought that there was literally no way to make money at the start without breaking some rules. But then I remembered something. There are 100 collectible action figures which are strewn around the map, each one giving you $1,000 and 1,000 RP. Feeling encouraged again, I looked up a map of all of the action figures and went for the ones that were closest to me. Although this is a good beginner way to get some money, it's still a excruciatingly long process, as I had to either walk or get a cab to the figure locations. It must have took me just over an hour to make 5k. I quickly came to realise that I needed a better mode of transportation if I wanted to collect these action figures more efficiently, so I saved up $5,000 for a Fargio, which if you don't know is a cheap but pretty crappy moped. After going to purchase it, I was told that I first needed a garage to store it in. I reluctantly looked up the cheapest garage and cringed when I saw that it cost $25,000. This meant I was going to have to collect 25 more of these figures just by walking and using cabs. Not wanting to sit through hours of this, I did the only thing someone in my position would do when they're in desperate need of money. I tried my luck at the casino. After paying the VIP fee of $500, I spun the lucky wheel and prayed for something good. My prayers were answered, as with one spin I managed to win $40,000. At this point I was ecstatic. I could buy a garage, a Fargio, and still have a ton of money left over. And that's exactly what I did. And now that I had a decent mode of transport, collecting these action figures will be a lot easier. Of course, there were some which I couldn't collect as I needed to trespass in order to get to them, but despite that, I was actually starting to rack up a bit of money. Just to prove that I haven't committed a crime up until this point, here's a quick overview of my stats. Anyway, now that I was a high enough level, I had access to games such as tennis, darts, and golf. I tried all of them in hopes of them paying out some money, but none of them did. That's when I tried out flight school, and holy cow, that was the best thing I've done yet. If you get a gold medal on one of these challenges, you can win upwards of $30,000. The best thing about it is that it seems to be completely legal. I spent an hour grinding these out until I got gold on everything. Once I had finished, I had over $250,000. Okay, things were starting to get quite serious now. The only issue is that replaying these flight school missions only gives you a fraction of what you earned the first time, so it's very much a one-time thing. I was starting to realise that I had no repeatable way to make money, as all of the ways I've made money so far have all been one-off occurrences that can't be repeated. To hopefully find a solution to this, I went to the jobs menu and tried to look for a job that will be completely legal but still has a good payout. Stuff like deathmatches, last team standings, and captures were all out of the question, as they all needed another player to start them. All contact missions were out too, as they all involved doing something illegal. The only two jobs that I could realistically do was either races, assuming that they are legally done, and parachuting. I found parachuting to be the slightly better option, as they could be done slightly faster than a race, and also had a better payout. So with no other option, I cracked on and grinded out these parachute jumps, easily doing 40 plus. Doing these parachute jumps got me an average of $1,000. every minute, which is a lot better than collecting
Splatoon 3 is a third-person shooter, meaning the camera is on the outside looking at the player. But what if we use the power of modding to make Splatoon 3 a first-person shooter? Now we're looking at the game from the perspective of the player. Is it possible to beat the entire game using just this view? And more
You looking for a good sci-fi show? Just scrolling endlessly instead? Who are you? I program the sci-fi channels at Pluto TV.
Please get out.
I got a taxi coming. I just need, your Wi-Fi?
PB&J filled deliciousness. Oh, isn't it something? Our very old billboard.
It just talks about how tasty you are. Where's the crust, brother?
Oh, there you are. See?
Our billboard. New Uncrustables. Find it in the freezer aisle.
There's an extra spot. 2244. Oh yeah, Agent 4. It's gonna be one of possibly my last one, though I'm debating on doing like a once a month Shifty Station private battles type thing. Just because I actually genuinely miss the Shifty Stations. Yeah, Mike, and that can be salty. Oh, someone brought up a good point. The Reef is the promotional stage for this game.
One egg. Yes, okay.
That would be why if that's the case, but...
Eat them?
I don't know. Because I know Nintendo seems to be doing a thing where they don't want the same stage in all three of the games. Did you notice Port Mackerel hasn't come back, Wally Warehouse hasn't come back? My Tri-Slosher teammate just like broke their back.
I typed that thinking that I said 4 big shots instead of 3. Oops. Well, he probably has some definition.
Million calories. Wow!
And now 3 of us are squid partying.
Okay, I actually have time to ink our spawn perfection. Once the Tri-Slosher comes back. You're lucky you weren't by water, because I would have just flung you off. They like balled up to rush our spawn, I guess. And I chucked a bomb at him and it flung him backwards. I'm like, if you were by water, you would have went right off. I just tried squid rolling. This stage would be so fun for squid rolling. Like I'd squid roll down here, squid roll up onto
fucking awesome. What are we doing? He's playing Wii Sports. Tennis. Tennis. He wants to play tennis, dog. Oh, God. What's hitting me in the face? Take two.
Guys, if you guys want to jump to me, or I'm assuming you guys are in danger. Come to me, guys. I can throw a clamp to you if you have 7 or 6 or something. No, you're not doing this. Okay, he's gonna break. Let's see. Nice stop. Slick little sploosh. Gonna get on by. Alright. Lester knows how to one-shot everything in existence. This match is going back and forth, even though we're like dominating or something. Oh no. Let's go. GG's. I forgot time even existed. That was insane. Agent 4. If I can, I'll join in a bit. What do you mean, Agent 4? I'm so confused. If you want to join, you could join. You can always join. Just let me know your... Just follow the rules in the description.
The Marks 3-day pre-Black Friday event on now.
What is going on? Okay. Can we do privates? I'd rather not, to be honest. Let's just do anarchy. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have rooms open again. Pick your best weapon, guys. Since we don't want to throw. Amanda, I do think you're kind of throwing for us. You're throwing the game. Okay, here we go. Room is up. If you want to keep watching the stream, Amanda, that's perfectly fine. You could, if you want any tips or advice, you could definitely watch some of my gameplay. Or you're free to ask in the chat. I'm sure there's a lot of competitive players that can help you. You could join when I'm doing Turf Wars or Briscoes. Leo, how's it going? Welcome. Azelle, definitely, you could join for sure. Great to see some familiar faces again. Yeah, Clash Blaster definitely struggles a lot in higher rank. It's a bit of a troll weapon to deal with, but it definitely struggles a lot once you start ranking up or getting in higher. Once you're playing with higher players, higher tier players. Want to do salmon run? I'm not doing that right now, to be honest. Okay, 10 more seconds and I'm gonna ready. Leo, let me know who you are in the chat. Okay, here we go. Okay, Claire, no problem. Okay, Leo. Thanks for letting me know, and we got this, guys.
I think I would have died. That was directly on me. Nice. See, if it's Clan Blitz, we can't do it. But if it's Blood Zones, yeah. Yeah.